In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
There is a God, and He is good. Grand Rising. I hope you guys had a fabulous weekend. Thank you for joining me here for the news. Let's give God another round of applause. Hallelujah. Okay. Grand Rising to you. Hey, Detach Myself. What's good? It is good to see you today. Now, I apologize for being late. Something was going on with StreamYard, unfortunately. So let's get into the latest news. It's some things that I did not notice on the for-profit media this weekend. And with all of the shock of, someone tried to assassinate President Trump, I'm not curious as to why the second video has not made a full-fledged or full-force push in the for-profit media of what went on at the White House Correspondent Dinner. So we're going to review this, and we're going to talk about the second video of the security or lack thereof at the White House Correspondent Dinner. However, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you, per my thumbnail, it has been reported that Rudy Giuliani is in grave condition, no pun intended, in a hospital. Now, your president has something to say about the reasons for Rudy Giuliani being hospitalized. You know, the same Rudy Giuliani who lost his law license running around after the first Trump administration, lying and saying that the votes were changed via Dominion voting machines, and went to court and lied under oath so many times that he will be laid to rest without his law license, effing around with Trump. So Donald Trump had something to say about the fact that Rudy Giuliani has been hospitalized in very grave conditions. Let's see what your president had to say. Okay, so here we go. Uh, our fabulous Rudy Giuliani, a true warrior and the best mayor in the history of New York City, by far, has been hospitalized and is in critical condition. What a tragedy. Did you think it was a tragedy when you pushed him out there to go to uh to I keep wanting to say Venezuela. When you pushed him out there to go to Ukraine and tried to say that Biden made a deal with the Ukrainians to rig the election. That perfect phone call you had, and Giuliani went out there to Ukraine trying to say that Biden had interfered with the 2020 election. Was that horrible? Okay. Was that a tragedy? No, Rudy took that on the chin, and then he lost his law license. What a tragedy that he was treated so badly by the radical left lunatics, Democrats, and he was right about everything. Oh, was he right about everything? So is that why he lost his law license? Is that why he lost the court case to Ruby Moss and her daughter Shay? What is her name? Shay's Ruby Moss and Shay. I can't remember her daughter's last name. Is that why they sued him for defamation and won their case? So he was right about everything. He was right about everything, and after losing that case, he still has not paid these women what the court has demanded that he pay these women. As he says, he can't sell his condo in West Palm Beach when in fact he sure can. Are we so we're gonna keep pretending throughout this whole administration that Rudy Giuliani was a fool and lost everything because of Trump. And what he has not lost, he is keeping against a court order that he paid Shay Moss and Ruby Freeman. Shay Moss and Ruby Freeman. So the devils are putting extra kindling on the fire because Rudy Giuliani is very sick. We all nobody gets out of here alive. This is what life does. But we're not going to recreate history. That everything he was right about everything. They cheated on the election, fabricated hundreds of stories, did anything possible to destroy our nation, and now look at Rudy. Now look at our nation. We're not looking well. Rudy and our nation. It's kind of apropos that they are both raggedy as sauerkraut. It is apropos that they are rotting. It is apropos that you have done to our nation what you also have done to Rudy. But it's the Democrats' part. What did the Democrats do to Rudy? I'm curious. What did the Democrats do to Rudy? Rudy is disobeying a court order up until his death. When he came out and said that these two black women who volunteered their times to be election workers, he said that they were transmitting UBS ports like they were crack cocaine, and none of that happened. Because the mother had the audacity to give her daughter a piece of hard candy while working for free to make sure that the Georgia elections went smoothly. But he said that they were passing UBS ports like it was crack cocaine. Two black women. Are we going to pretend like why he sprinkled a little crack on it? Who was that? Chris Rock or Dave Chappelle? I think it was Chris Rock, who said, if you want people to believe anything about something that you cannot prove that happened badly to a black person, just sprinkle a little crack on it, and they'll believe anything you say about the black. Chris Rock has a whole performance about just sprinkle a little crack on it. So Rudy Giuliani sprinkled a little crack on people who were volunteering to make the elections go smoothly, and he he compared them to people who were passing hand-to-hand crack sales. And he lost the case. And he came up with 1,000,000 excuses until there were no more excuses. And he still has not paid everything these women are owed, as he still owns millions and millions of dollars worth of personal property. What happened to Rudy? What happened to Rudy? Okay, so there's that. Okay, election. They cheated the elections, fabricated hundreds of stories, and did anything possible to destroy our nation. And now look at Rudy. So sad. President Donald J. Trump. The audacity. The audacity. You know, there's an old saying in the Black community. There's an old saying. Let me get here. When certain people, you know, are on their last leg, you know, there's a certain saying. They're going to bust hell wide open. They are going to bust hell wide open. Now, I'm no arbitrary. I'm not a advocate for demeaning the death, but the way some people live their lives makes some people think that, hey, when it's all over, they are going to bust hell wide open, and that's just a simple fact. You can only look at what they present to you. And all of these Christians, you know, this is a Christian nation all of a sudden. You don't think nobody going to hell? You don't think nobody's going to hell? Some people going to bust hell wide open. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so let me see someone else. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Now, let's get into why aren't they showing this second video that they have of the White House Correspondent Dinner. And this video is very, very interesting. All of the things that they said, remember, they have not stated if the Secret Service person who was shot by the actual person that they tell you they insinuated shot a Secret Service agent. But now when they ask him a point blank question about the ballistics of the gun that shot the Secret Service agents, now all of a sudden they can't find a piece of the gun, a piece of the ammunition that shot the agent. You know, but they told you he's in the hospital getting treatment for his gunshot wound. It hit his vest and he's in the hospital getting treatment. So he's getting treatment for something that bounced off his vest. Is that what we're saying? He's getting treatment for something that didn't even penetrate his vest, his bulletproof vest. He's getting hospital treatment. But we can't find the piece of the projectile that hit this vest. That he's getting hospital treatment for his injuries. You remember that? Todd Blanche came out and told you that. The interim head of the Department of Justice told you that. Y'all don't remember that. Okay, so why aren't they showing you this new video? Now, we have talked about the status or lack thereof of the security at this White House Correspondents' Dinner, which seemed kind of strange. To some people, it seemed really strange that this White House Correspondents' Dinner didn't have good security. So Status Quo came out with a second video of the shooting, and not the shooting, of the prior to the shooting. Let me find the video. The Status Quo. I have recommended you guys go over there and subscribe to them. This will be in my description box. We're going to review this new video footage that has come out behind this alleged attempt on the president's life. And it's quite interesting. Let me find it right now. I can't believe I can't find it. I will find it. Excuse me. Excuse me. I know I have this available. Let's go. Let me just pull it up. Let me just pull it up. 1 second. Because you must see this. Let's go here right quick. Let me get on this video. Okay, here we go. Suspect new videos raises serious questions. Okay, let's get into this. Let me share my screen with you. This link will be in my description box for this video. Let me show you the video that your mainstream media may not be showing you and may not be questioning anybody in the DOJ or the FBI about. We heard how good the security was, and we heard from guests there who were shocked at the lack of security there. We heard that even the shooter said, "Oh my God, I'm surprised that I have been able to get in here like this." He said even the shooter wrote how shocked he was, how lax the security was at this dinner. And what happened after this dinner? All of a sudden, they wanted to talk about you the taxpayer, having to pay for this golden ballroom that they promised you would be paid by donors. Not only are they talking about the necessity of this golden ballroom, this is not a government sanctioned event. So why? So they're telling you that for non-governmental slated events, that they would be held at the Golden Ballroom. Will they be held at the Golden Ballroom for free for non-sanctioned government events? This is why we must have the ballroom. The White House Correspondent Dinner is not a governmental function. You can go or you can stay. This is, as a matter of fact, this is the first time he has gone as the president, as the sitting president. He went to Mar-a-Lago that Friday under the thought that, oh, he needs rest. He just needs to get away. And everybody was like, I know he wastes the taxpayer dollar and goes to Florida every weekend, but surely he knew, and he has said that he was going to be at the correspondence dinner on Saturday. So why is he wasting the taxpayer dollar to go to Mar-a-Lago on Friday afternoon because he needs some rest, and the White House Correspondents' Dinner is on Saturday? They weren't even sure he was going to show up, but then he showed up. Now, let's review this video. We saw all the pictures of the guy running through the security, but we didn't see what happened before. It seemed like he came around the corner and just ran through the security. But let's look at this. Let's look at this. This is going to be security, under security, lax security.
Million more questions. Where the hell did the gun come from? Why doesn't the agent do a million more questions? Where the hell?
So now we see him come around the corner with a long rifle. He goes through the magnetometers. Now it's one magnetometer. Do you see that there is one? Now, we understand that this attack happened right after, I believe, they got their appetizers. So they didn't even get their dinners. The president hadn't spoken. You see one magnetometer there, right? Why is there one magnetometer there? And there is a cop right here who conveniently didn't turn around to look at them. There's a cop right here in the back by this light back here. There's a cop right there. He's holding something. What is he holding right there? What do cops usually hold in their hands that way? Okay, Let's get into this.
The gun come from? Why doesn't the agent do anything? Police K9 unit immediately is on Allen, and the handler pays no mind.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Hey, it's JT Siskowski with Status Coup. There's new video out from the shooting at the White House Correspondent Dinner that is only raising more questions about the official narrative that the government is advancing about what exactly happened here and how it happened, the many security failures around this event, or what was really happening here behind the scenes at the White House Correspondents' Dinner at the time of the shooting. I'm going to play this video out for you once in its totality, and then we will go through and break it down second by second together. There's no audio on it, but I wanted to play it through one time just for you to get the whole sense of it, and then we'll break it down on the other side. So that was the full video. Now let's break the whole thing down. The first thing you're going to see is the man who the federal government is alleging is Cole Allen walking into frame here. This version of the video has a nice circle around it to point out who he is. You see him there walking into this side room. Now, one thing that I want to point out here.
And one thing I want to point out here is you don't see it. You don't see a long rifle. But let's see what we are going to see when he walks into this side room. You know, hey, you know, there are a floor above where the correspondence dinner is being held. A floor above. You have to go through. How many magnetometers do you see? Now you see 2 magnetometers. But curiously, this one on the far right is going to be taken down. I guess they assume that there will be no more guests coming through. They're actually taking the magnetometer machines down as this man strolls into whatever hallway or room or whatever passageway this is. But let's see what happens when he is in there. All while he's in there, and let's see what happens immediately before he runs out.
That is very crucial is that at least from this angle, you cannot see that Cole Allen has the long gun, the shotgun on his person that he's going to run out of the room with here in just a moment. It's not clear. Is it just hidden by the angle of the camera? Is it hidden somewhere on his person? Or is it already there in that room and he is going to retrieve it? If it's already in the room, that raises a whole heaping of other questions of how it got there. Walks into that room, and then immediately after he walked into that room, what do you see? What is that? Those are dog legs. Those are police dog legs. Followed him to the door immediately after he walked to the room. Now, why do they have dogs, police dogs, at these events? To alert to the cops that there is something that is not supposed to be there, that is suspicious, that they have been taught to seek out and alert officials to that, hey, somebody has something they're not supposed to have. Immediately, this dog legs follow him. Let's take that back a second. On his person that he's going to run out of the room with here in just a moment. It's not clear. Is it just hidden by the angle of the camera? Is it hidden somewhere on his person? Or is it already there?
And do you notice how peculiar it is that all of these security camera footage in the era of 2026 are always so unclear? Now, we know that these billionaires want to mass survey all American citizens. Do you think when they are mass surveying you that the video is going to be all grainy and you can't really make out anything real clear? or do you think that it's going to be crystal clear? They have surveillance apparatuses that whenever you enter into the frame of the camera, they have facial recognition hardware that they will be able to identify every person moving within the camera view. They already have that. They already have that. Ellison, who is the magnet over Oracle, who just fired, what was it, 30,000 of their employees, who said that he's putting more of his concentration into AI. He said that the United States will be safer when everyone will be able to be identified wherever they go. You know, the same Ellison who has bought this merger, who between Warner Brothers and Netflix and Warner Brothers, who the same Ellison who owns TikTok. But suddenly, when it's something that they want you to say, oh, let's give the president whatever he wants. He needs his massive ballroom, gold and all. I'll put in my gold tooth. I'll put in my gold tooth to laminate a piece of some gaudiness in the ball. We got to give it to him. You got to have it.
In that room, and he is going to retrieve it. If it's already in the room, that raises a whole heaping.
So let's look for the dog. How long does it take the dog to follow this man into the room?
Of other questions of how it got there. Walks into that room
immediately,
and then
you see
immediately
the legs.
You can only see the legs of the dog here, but a police canine unit immediately is on Allen and seems to be alerting somehow, and yet the handler here really pays no mind to what.
So now let's see what now if it's obvious to the dog, shouldn't it be obvious to the handler? Why does he even have the dog there? Is he like at a fair or something? Like, you know, when you take your dog with you and it's on the leash, but you're not looking for it to alert because your dog don't alert. But shouldn't he be looking for his dog to alert at a function that the president is at? Isn't that why he and his dog are there? But we don't see him. So let's see how he reacts to his dog alerting.
Dog is trying to say. Here we see the.
So it's clear that he walks over to the room. It is clear that the dog has gone into the room as well. It's very clear. He's looking directly into the room where his dog is now. But what does he do?
The actual officer.
And also, we see this officer in the front right of the screen. What is he doing? There are two magnetometers. He starts taking down the magnetometers before the event has even served dinner or got into full swing. He's taking down the magnetometers.
Come into the frame here, and the officer is going to stand here for several seconds looking into this room after the dog that is clearly alerted to Cole Allen, and the officer is apparently even going to say something, it looks like to me, from, now this is low quality video, but it looks like the officer is saying something into that room. There he goes talking. And now I want to pause here just to note here on the right-hand side.
Now we have another a person comes into the frame. A woman, she comes into frame. Notice no one is paying attention to what's going on in this room. A dog has alerted. Now the dog is back out of the room. You see the dog has come back out of the room. However, the police officer is still looking into the room. What is, how come our actual news agencies have not been to the Hilton yet and to look into this corridor to see what is exactly in this corridor? Is this an elevator corridor? What could he be looking at in this corridor? And he's going to be looking into this corridor right up until Cole Allen runs out with a long gun. But this is great security. They had fabulous security. Yeah, we had fabulous security. No investigation into the lax security. And even the people who attended this on multiple years, I'll tell you how lax the security was that day.
Of the screen, there actually were two magnetometers, it looks like, that were set up here at the entrance to the ballroom. This is just outside of a staircase that leads down into the ballroom, but this is the main entrance that had the security at it for this event. They're actually in the process of taking one of those magnetometers down, it seems, at this point, that Cole Allen is going to run in. And had Cole Allen waited even a little bit longer, would there have been no magnetometers? What would the security of situation even been? And you see the agent there lead the dog exits the room. The agent will stand there for a few more seconds. Magnetometer comes down there. The dog again alerts and tries to go towards the room, but the agent leads the dog away. And then we see the gunman run out now.
Now, that man stood there the whole time. It was not until he decided to walk away with the dog immediately. Cole Allen comes out. Immediately. So what does that mean? What does that say to you? Let's watch this again. How quickly. Now, it's obvious he is engaged in some type of way with what's going on in this room. And he pulls the dog away to give clearance, in my opinion, for Cole Allen to run out. That's just my opinion.
Magnetometer comes down there. The dog again alerts and tries to go towards the room, but the agent leads the dog away. And then we see
he slightly turns. Now, you're a police officer. You are securing the president. You pull the dog away, and immediately Cole Allen runs out of the room. So, which begs to say that you actually absolutely saw Cole Allen in that room with that long gun. Even if Cole Allen had, let's say that's an elevator corridor. There is no way that the elevator could just have happened to open up and as you pulled the dog away and he ran out that quickly because it was too quick to understand that an elevator had just landed and you pulled the dog away. It doesn't make sense to me.
Gunman run out now room, but the agent leads the dog away, and then we see the gunman run out now. And we see
that he sees Cole Allen runs out. His head turns around. A flash that you understood that something had just run out of that corridor that you led your dog away from.
Room, but the agent leads the dog away, and then we see the gunman run out now with the gun
you turn
in
around.
Hand, that long
he
gun
fully turns
in
around.
Hand, that shotgun. Sprints through the magnetometer, and then you see the shock reactions
he starts
from
to go
the
towards
law
him,
enforcement there, who then begin to react to what's happening. The agent with the canine, though, turns in.
The agent with the canine started, put his hand on his gun, started to go towards him, and then he went backwards. Curious. And now we have people running towards the opposite direction from where the gunman has run. It's not clear who all of these people are. Let's continue.
Moves away, as does a TSA agent who is there providing security. But it does seem that a couple of agents at least move towards where the man with the gun went. And you see them there.
Okay, that's the TSA agent right here. You saw TSA. Now, finally, these people had enough time to get to damn near the door. But now, finally, the dog handler, what he had to go string up his dog. He had to secure his dog to something. Where's your dog? Oh, I saw a commotion happening, and then, I had to go chain up the dog and make sure the dog was safe, and I had to put a bowl of water down because I didn't know how long I'd be, and the dog might get thirsty. Where's the dog? The dog is something that you use to subdue a subject. Where's the dog? Where's your dog? That's the dog's job, is to subdue the suspect. No dog. Let's go back. The dog is in his hand right here. Where's the
enforcement there, who then begin to react to what's happening. The agent with the
he's
canine
not running. He's walking.
Moves away, as does a TSA agent who is there providing security. But it does seem that a couple of agents at least move towards where the man with the gun went. And you see them there. This
Now, here
man
he
looks like he
comes
might have a weapon
tiptoeing.
drawn. And the canine agent comes back with a weapon, but without the actual dog. And that's the video of the alleged attack. I don't know about you, but I feel like that just raises a million more questions on top of what we already were questioning about this shooting. Where the hell did the gun come from? Why doesn't the agent do anything in that moment, that officer do anything in that moment when the dog is alerting? Why is the security checkpoint being taken down while the event is still going on, before the president has even had a chance to speak in the ballroom just downstairs? Why is the security already being disassembled? Security that was already very poor, that allegedly Cole Allen's manifesto claims he was able to get the guns into the hotel without ever really being checked. There's so many questions around how much this happened. I'm going to play it through one more time here, just to point out one other detail that might be nothing, but I still want to call attention to it. And that is, if we pay attention actually to the left-hand portion of the screen, kind of down this hallway from the direction that Cole Allen walks, you'll see some flickering there, as if someone might be peeking around this corner. It also might just be a refraction of the light, but still something I want to point out is you'll notice some flickering right around this area here. And it's unclear if that's somebody like peeking through the door. Again, the quality of the video really calls that into question about what exactly is that flickering over there that we're seeing. And with this day and age, with all of our modern technology, I work with cameras every single day. The amount of detail that we are able to capture is incredible. Why is it that security camera systems are always so dirt poor when it's really needed in critical events like this? Even for security around the president of the United States, they can't operate with something in higher quality than this. Now, to be clear, the video that I am showing you here is actually cropped in from the original video, because this is where most of the action happens, was just in one corner of the frame. But still, you would expect to have multiple camera angles on this, something that would be able to show more detail and context around this event. We're going to continue to cover all of the many questions that come out of this shooting and its fallout here in the United States. If you want to get all of that follow-on coverage, please subscribe. We'd really appreciate having you with us. We don't take any corporate funding. We are beholden only to you.
Okay, this link is in my description box. It's under second video. This link has been dropped in my description box under second video. Hello, Foot Soldier. It is good to see you. Hey, Chrissy, what is this? Chrissy MS. I think that's what it is. Hello. Hello, Miss Queenie. It is good to see you as well. So, if you guys have not seen this second video, I just wanted to give you the information that this second video is out here. Now, you got a question. Why is it not broadly talked about in your for-profit media? But that's what you have to really kind of question. So, what else did I want to talk to you guys about today? Let's see. When we last were together on Thursday, I showed you the budget hearing with Pete Hegseth. And I think that is one of the senators who was questioning Hegseth. He was questioning him about his assistant, who had to undergo no security clearance. And Hegseth tried to even deny that this was his assistant, and he tried to not answer any of the questions. Because I know where you're going here. It was one of the things to an answer to a question. See, but I wasn't clear on where he was going with the questions, and Pete Hegseth talked over this man. Answered questions that were not asked of him, tried to give speeches when this man asked him simple questions to eat up the time of this senator who was asking him these questions. Now I have a better understanding based upon me watching someone else break it down. I'm not sitting up here trying to teach you something because I wasn't sure myself. I'm not trying to take credit that I'm teaching you something. I'm letting you know what I've learned myself about this line of questioning that was given to Pete Kegbreath about his assistant. Who was an attorney. One of the questions that was asked of Kegbreath, does your assistant, your special assistant, who had to go through no security check clearance, does he work with people and leaders of other countries? Kegbreath didn't want to answer that question. So you understand, now I understand that this special assistant who travels with Kegbreath, he does not have a security clearance. It is being reported. He has no and when he asked Kegbreath, does he have a security clearance? Kegbreath pretended as if he didn't know. I don't know. I'll have to check. When it was questioned, does he have an office in the Pentagon? Now it's being reported that his office is right outside of Pete Kegbreath's office. Well, you know what Kegbreath said when they asked him, when this senator asked him, does he have an office? And he said, I don't know. I'll have to check. The Pentagon is a very big place. And then he snickered. Come to find out that while this person is working as Pete Kegbreath, personal assistant or confidant or whatever it is, he is taking cases, and it is the question is he sitting in on classified information? Now we know the Signalgate situation with Pete Kegbreath, with J.D. Vance, Waltz was in, and they Waltz, J.D. Vance, who else was on there? Tulsi Gabbard, Trump's chief of staff. What is her name? The old lady. Susie Wiles. A whole lot of people were on this Signalgate, this unsecure app. And where they were talking about times and locations and what type of plane was going to be striking the Houthis. Now, if you also remember, I also reported at that time, there was a second Signalgate conversation. And who was on that call? They said Pete Kegbreath, assistant and lawyer, was on that call. They said Pete Kegbreath brother was on that call. They said Pete Kegbreath wife was on that call, giving information about a future strike in Yemen. Now, who is this lawyer or assistant? It's the same man that they were questioning about. So without having a security clearance, the man who was going to instill the warrior ethos into the war fighters is giving up information to someone who doesn't even have a security clearance to have this information on an unsecure site, no less, and his wife and his brother, who obviously have no security clearance. But strangely enough, his brother does have a job working in the Pentagon. Strangely enough, this confidant without a security clearance, who is still working as a personal lawyer, taking on clients, losing cases, getting one general of 6 or 7 years in jail, is right outside of Kegbreath office and finding out all of this classified information without having a security clearance. And Pete Kegbreath wants to be real vague about him not knowing what clients he represents. Well, if you're over the Department of Defense, whoever is working up there and taking outside clients, wouldn't you think that it would be prudent of you to know if he's taking clients from people who may be adversaries of the United States, which you have full access to all information regarding the defense of the United States, since you're sitting in the office at the fucking Pentagon? But you mean to tell me the person that your president chose to sit at the head of the Pentagon has somebody who's taking outside clients and he don't know who these clients are? So he thought that I didn't know who his client. He's grinning at this. Pete Kegbreath is grinning at this, trying to avoid asking questions which should have been asked long ago. So, come to find out, let me show you the video that I came across to explain all of this of foolishness. Let's get into that, shall we? Here we go. Here we go. We're going to get into that right now. And then we're going to talk about California being sued by a Karen. I think this is it right here. Let me slow down the speed and remind you about this line of questioning.
Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to go in a little bit different direction. Timothy Parlatore served as your private attorney, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Parlatore also served as private attorney for President Trump's campaign, correct?
I'm not privy to every professional position that he's held.
Well, I'll help you out. He did. And you appointed Mr. Parlatore as your senior advisor, correct?
He does reserve duty on behalf of the Navy.
His title is senior as an advisor. You gave him that title, correct?
And I would count him as very much an advisor of mine.
Yep, he travels with you, correct?
Tim Parlatore has been a long-term friend. He's a great patriot.
He travels with you. That's not what I asked. I reclaim my time. He travels with you, doesn't he? He travels with you, doesn't he? Correct? There's public Instagram that shows this. Just say yes.
Yes, of course.
Okay. He sits in meetings with you and advises you.
So, understand, you probably already know the man asking him question is a prosecuting attorney in his prior life. Now, Pete Kegbreath is sitting up there giving non-answers to questions that this man already knows the answer to. Let's and I just did. I found this interesting, but I didn't know where he was going. Let's find out where he's going, and let's hear the questions and find out why he was questioning him this way.
He's a great patriot.
He travels with you. That's not what I asked. I reclaim my time. He travels with you, doesn't he?
I reclaim my time. That is not what I asked. And Pete Kegbreath continues to talk. He's running out the clock.
He travels with you, doesn't he? Correct?
And notice what else he does. After every question, he turns off his mic. So he has more pause. He sits and gets a question, wait a couple of beats, slowly reaches up to turn his mic back on. All of this is stall tactic for time. After every question, he's going to have to reach back up slowly and turn on his mic.
There's public Instagram that shows this. Just say yes.
Yes, of course.
Okay. He sits in meetings with you and advises you, doesn't he?
He sits in some meetings on occasion.
Well, he maintains a desk.
Turn on the mic, turns off the mic.
Desk in an office in the Pentagon, does he not?
I'd have to check.
You don't know?
Turn on the mic, turn off the mic,
Pentagon.
Turn on the mic. Okay. Okay. I'm not going to say turn on the mic, turn off the mic. I just want you to note how after every question, he pauses for time because he has to turn on his mic. Because I don't want to keep saying that, because I want you to hear what he's being asked. Let's start this over.
Correct.
Up. Watch. Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to go in a little bit different direction. Timothy Parlatore served as your private attorney, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Parlatore also served as private attorney for President Trump's campaign, correct?
I'm not privy to every professional position that he's held.
Well, I'll help you out. He did. And you appointed Mr. Parlatore as your senior advisor, correct?
He does reserve duty on behalf of the Navy.
His title is senior as an advisor. You gave him that title, correct?
And I would count him as very much an advisor of mine.
Yep. He travels with you, correct?
Tim Parlatore is.
He asked you, or was he your advisor? He's a great patriot, and no, he could have said yes. He's stalling for time because he knows exactly the position this man is in the Pentagon. You know, Pete Hegseth, who is firing black 4-star generals because of the he feels that for them to be general, they must have dummied down the test. This Pete Hegseth, this racist Pete Hegseth, who is denying black generals to get stars, taking them off the list for promotions to get stars. But he has a whole motherfucking unqualified. Everything's going to be about meritocracy. Everybody is going to be awarded by merit. What type of merit? White nationalist merit? What type of merit? Oh, I forgot he's a Christian. White Christian nationalist merit? What type of merit? Let's continue.
Been a long-term friend. He's a great patriot.
He travels with you. That's not what I asked. I reclaim my time. He travels with you, doesn't he? He travels with you, doesn't he? Correct? There's public Instagram that shows this. Just say yes.
Yes, of course.
Okay. He sits in meetings with you and advises.
Now, you see how long he sat there and did not say anything to an obvious question until he let him know that there's public Instagrams. He said nothing. He travels with you, right? And he turns on the mic, says absolutely nothing. Come on, say it. There's Instagram posts of you guys traveling together. Yes, of course. Turns off the mic. Let's continue.
You, doesn't he? There's public Instagram that shows this. Just say yes.
Yes, of course.
Okay. He sits in meetings with you and advises you, doesn't he?
He sits in some meetings on occasion.
Well, he maintains a desk in an office in the Pentagon, does he not?
I'd have to check.
You don't know?
It's a big Pentagon.
You directly commissioned Mr. Parlatore in the Naval Reserve as a Navy commander in March 2025, did you not?
I was very proud to do so.
And when you did, because he's a Navy Reserve officer, he didn't have to go through the PPO process, the White House Presidential Personnel Office, right? He wasn't vetted by White House PPO.
Uniformed service members don't get vetted by.
The answer is yes. He didn't have to be vetted by White House PPO. He didn't go through the Senate confirmation process either, did he? The answer is no.
I don't know what you're getting to, but Tim is a fantastic.
I'll tell you what I'm getting to. The answer is no.
You notice that he did not answer that question because he understood exactly what he was getting to. Now, all of a sudden, the answer to the question, I don't know what you're getting to. He's getting to what you know that he's getting to. That this man has no security clearance. You know what he was getting to. But you are the top dog in the Pentagon. And you have a motherfucker with no security clearance sitting in the office with you, hearing all of this secured information. But you talk about how everyone had to have merit and continually fire black generals and generals who tell you that they are not going to toe the water for all of the war crimes that you are committing, because you need a war fighters whose hands are unleashed and they don't have to follow laws of laws of what was it? They don't have to follow these old laws of what is it? Laws of attack. So to say, he doesn't call it laws of attack. They don't have to follow the Geneva Convention. We shouldn't have to follow things that were agreements that were made in smoky walls. What is it? Smoke-filled wood panel walls years ago. Our war fighters' hands should be freed. And so what he was saying is we shouldn't have to follow the Geneva Convention. You're not following any rules of war, or law, of the military, of the Pentagon. You're doing whatever you want to. And who's going to suffer for that? Who is suffering for that? It's not him. He's living free in the housing that were created for these generals. Free. He's living free in military housing. He's has been allowed to break all of the rules. We are not going to have to follow these old rules of engagement. That's what it is. And he is breaking all of the rules of engagement. And he thinks this is funny. He thinks this is funny. Black people are not qualified, but the white people that he have sitting right under him, hearing all of this classified information right outside his door. He can't tell you if they are working with a country that are our adversaries. Let's get into this.
All right.
He does great work.
Okay. The answer is no.
I don't know what you're getting to, but Tim is a fantastic.
I'll tell you what I'm getting to. The answer is no, right?
He does great work.
Okay.
Never answer.
He didn't maintain a security clearance when you appointed him as special advisor. Is that right?
No.
I'd have to check.
You don't
No,
know?
he didn't.
I mean, anybody that has access to sensitive material is going to have the appropriate clearance.
Okay, so when you appointed him as special advisor, he had a security clearance?
You're trying to piece together a timeline.
No, I'm asking a simple
think
question.
that's
One of your special, most sensitive advisors, did he have a security
No,
clearance?
you're playing a gotcha game
No.
like you do on TV
I'm
and
asking-
everywhere
He got
else.
you.
You're trying to thread together details that
Clearly you're
are connected about
concerned.
something else.
And he got you. Because you can't say, yes, he had a security clearance. Oh, I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to piece together a gotcha game. It ain't no gotcha game because he got you. Ain't no game. He ain't playing no games with you. Oh, I see what you're doing here. You can see what he's doing, but you can't see what you're doing. You can't see the dumb shit that you do. Let's continue.
Clearly you're concerned about my line of questioning, aren't you, Mr. Secretary? Because you know where it's going, don't you? I think you do. So does Mr. Parlatore represent foreign governments? He has a private law practice, does he not?
From what I understand of his law practice, he does a lot of great work for service members in the military and other.
He maintains a private law practice. Does he represent foreign governments or foreign persons in that private law practice?
I don't know.
You don't know. Somebody who's...
Okay, so we're gonna see how I understand. He didn't answer the question. Let's be clear. And from what I know, he represents the military. Let's see what happened with the military. I think he was a sergeant or a colonel or something in the military who got 6 years. That was represented by this man. Let's get into this.
sitting in your meetings, a special advisor, you don't know. Does he represent any senior officers? He maintains a private law practice. Does he represent foreign governments or foreign persons in that private law practice?
I don't know.
You don't know. Somebody who's sitting in your meetings, a special advisor, you don't know. Does he...
Now that's quite interesting. He gets to hear everything that goes on in the Pentagon. Pete Kegbreath is pretending like he's not sure if he had a security clearance as he sit in on all the meetings. That right there is a disqualifier for any of thing that Hegseth says or does, and shows you why Hegseth should not be over any portion of our armed servicemen, especially giving decisions of where they go and who is going to risk their lives behind this stupid, unqualified lawyer. You have somebody sitting outside your door hearing all of this classified information, and you thought that the good answer does this man have a security clearance, and he has full breadth of knowledge of what's going on in the Pentagon, and you thought it was be good for you to say, oh, I don't know if he has a security clearance, even though he has carte blanche at the Pentagon. He thought that it would be a good idea to say, I don't know to that question. Because he definitely knows the answer to that question. He's a liar, and he's a silly liar. But the thing about it is, he knows that Maga are these few people who are still hanging on to threads of this Maga bullshit, that he knows they're stupid. He knows he can tell them anything, and they'll suck it up with a biscuit and buy it. Let's continue.
You represent any senior officers who are currently under consideration for promotion by you or your office?
The only person that makes determinations about senior officers is me.
Answer the question. Does he represent senior officers who are under consideration for promotion by you?
No, I'm the one that makes decisions about choosing.
Does he represent them, Mr. Secretary? Does he represent them?
He doesn't represent anyone. He's a legal advisor and always has been.
But he has clients.
But he has clients, you stupid motherfucker. He represents his client. Does he represent anyone? Oh, no, I only represent. You don't represent anyone. You're not an attorney. You stupid motherfucker.
Does he not?
He's asking you about who he represents as an attorney, and you can't even understand the question because you so intent on pursing your butthole so you don't shit your pants.
He's a legal determinations about senior officers is me.
Sitting in your meetings, a special advisor you don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know. Somebody who's sitting in your meetings, a special advisor you don't know. Does he represent any senior officers who are currently...
No answer. Does he represent any senior officers
under consideration for promotion by you or your office?
The only person that makes determinations about senior officers is me.
He didn't ask you who made determination. He said, does he represent any senior officers in the Pentagon who are up for what am I saying? Promotions.
Answer the question. Does he represent senior officers who are under consideration for promotion by you?
No, I'm the one that makes decisions about choosing.
Does he represent them, Mr. Secretary? Does he represent them?
He doesn't represent anyone. He's a legal advisor and always has been.
But he has clients, does he not?
He's a legal advisor to me on reserve duty, and he always has been, and he does a fantastic job.
Is it true that Mr. Parlatore was removed? I reclaim my time. Is it true that Mr. Parlatore was removed from an investigation by the White House last year?
I don't know what you're referring to, but not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware of it? Was it true that you were also removed from that same investigation? The answer is yes.
No, not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware of it. That's interesting. Well, is it true that Mr. Parlatore disparaged President Trump?
I don't know what you're referring to, but no.
Is it true that Mr. Parlatore was accused by President Trump and his lawyers of lying?
What you're accused of is a cute line of questioning that's going nowhere.
Well, it's going somewhere, which is why you're not answering the question. Was it true that he was accused of lying by the president's legal team?
Let's be clear. He asked him, is it true that Parlatore was accused of lying? And Pete Hegseth thought that it would be cute to tell the person who is questioning him about what he has been accused of. And It's not like he even said that like he said, you have been accused of lying in this case, in that case. He is trying to be cute up here. He's trying to turn into a Pam Bimbo up here, trying to turn the questioning on this man, saying he's been accused of some bullshit. Something stupid. All of that to say something stupid instead of answering the question. And with avoiding answering the question, he has answered the question. That man has been accused of lying. But Pete Cagbreath doesn't want to answer the question.
I'm not familiar to. You'd have to give me the context.
Well, it's right.
That's going nowhere.
Well, it's.
I don't know what you're referring to, but no.
Is it true that Mr. Parlatore was accused by President Trump and his lawyers of lying?
No, you're playing a gotcha game. Like,
hold on.
The answer is yes.
No, not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware of it. That's interesting. Well, is it true that Mr. Parlatore disparaged President Trump?
I don't know what you're referring to, but no.
Is it true that Mr. Parlatore was accused by President Trump and his lawyers of lying?
What you're accused of is a cute line of questioning that's going nowhere.
Well, it's going somewhere.
What you're accused of is a cute line of questioning that is going nowhere. Was he accused of lying about President Trump? I don't know what you're talking about, but no. Well, if you don't know what he's talking about, how could the answer be no? If you don't know what he's talking about, I don't know what you're talking about is the complete answer. I don't know what you're talking about, but no. Let's continue.
Which is why you're not answering the question. Was it true that true that Mr. Parlatore was accused by President Trump and his lawyers of lying?
What you're accused of is a cute line of questioning that's going nowhere.
Well, it's going somewhere, which is why you're not answering the question. Was it true that he was accused of lying by the president's legal team?
I'm not familiar to. You'd have to give me the context.
Well, it's right here. You want to look at the statement from President
Anybody
Trump's
could blow
legal
up
team?
a quote and claim it says something, and that's what you're doing in a little stunt.
Secretary Hegseth, what I'm really concerned about is you purport to have unfaltering loyalty to President Trump, and yet you are continuously going.
You care a lot about President Trump, don't you?
You're going behind his back.
Waste of your 5 minutes.
Appointing
a
people.
huge,
I reclaim
cute
my time.
waste of your 5 minutes that
I
led
reclaim
nowhere.
my time. You are repeatedly going behind the president's
Gentlemen
back.
from Colorado's time. Go ahead, Mr. Carl.
You are repeatedly going behind President Trump's back, appointing people who he is accused of lying, who the White House is
Gentleman's
accused of
time's
lying.
expired.
And you are not being
Recognized
honest
as
with
the gentlelady
President
from
Trump.
South Carolina, Ms. Mace.
Here's the loophole. Every top non-military job at the Pentagon goes through 2 checks. The White House does a background review. The Senate has to approve you. Both checks exist for a reason. No single branch of government was ever supposed to staff the U.S. military by itself. There's exactly one path that skips both. Part-time military reservists. The Defense Department gives them their officer rank directly. They serve under a cabinet member, and nobody in Washington asks them anything. So if you want to install your personal attorney inside the Pentagon, and you don't want anyone in this town looking at his record, you put him in uniform. That's exactly what happened in March of 2025. Now here's the part nobody is naming out loud. A personal lawyer who carries his client's confidential sexual assault settlement in his briefcase isn't a normal employee. He's a man whose silence his boss can't afford to lose. So when the Pentagon chief put Tim Parlatore inside that building and handed him classified access, that wasn't a hire. That was a hostage exchange.
Y'all forgot about that payoff that they paid that woman who said that Pete Cagbreath had essayed her. This is his lawyer of that settlement where Cagbreath paid her $50,000. This is the man that we're speaking about that has no security clearance and is taking clients all over, profiting off of the position of his former client that had to pay $50,000 to settle a grape case against Pete Cagbreath. Are we clear now? Now I'm clear. Until I saw this, I wasn't clear because Hegseth stopped turning his mic on and off, and he just started talking about, this is a good use of your 5 minutes, and started talking over him. Even after he reclaimed his time, Hegseth continued to talk over him to run out the clock. No. The clock has not run out. He opened up a line of questioning, and if you are unaware, this is what he was questioning Hegseth about. His personal attorney that made an arrangement for him to get out of being charged with raping a woman, to make that complaint go away by Hegseth paying the woman $50,000, has been put in this position without a security clearance. Hearing all of the governmental information, security secrets, and have no control or no reins put on him about working with foreign governments. Let's continue.
Each man holds something over the other. Parlatore could end his client's career with a single disclosure, and his boss, knowing it, gave him a desk right outside his own office. The $50,000 Monterey settlement from 2020 isn't backstory. It's the contract that makes the rest of this arrangement run. Now, layer in what came next. This same lawyer organized the searches for additional classified documents at Mar-a-Lago, at Bedminster, at Trump Tower, at an office in Palm Beach, at a Florida storage unit. He testified in front of a federal grand jury for about 7 hours in December of 2022. He helped run the legal defense on the documents case. Then, in May of 2023...
So, this is why Trump said that this man is a liar. So, this man was saying, hey, let's look here. Let's look there. Let's see where else Trump is hiding these classified documents that he's not supposed to have. This is someone who Trump doesn't like. Really?
He walked off the team and went on national television to publicly blame Boris Epshteyn, a senior Trump advisor, for sabotaging the defense. His exact words: the man was, quote, not very honest with us or with the client, end quote, meaning the legal team and the president. The campaign tore him apart in writing. A spokesperson told CNN, quote, Mr. Parlatore is no longer a member of the legal team. His statements regarding current members of the legal team are unfounded and categorically false, end quote. That's the polite Washington way of calling somebody a liar. Now, think about what that means. He left Trump's team accusing a senior insider of dishonesty. The candidate's office responded by...
And you will notice that Boris is nowhere in or near this administration. Remember, before the election results, Boris was all over TV thinking that he would have a place in this administration. You ain't seen his ass since. They don't even bother to invite that motherfucker on to any news program, and he was like dog shit on a green grass prior to this new administration. He thought that he was going to be in like Flynn, but he got sidelined.
Calling him the liar. Both sides walked away publicly hating each other. So how does that man end up 2 years later with a Naval Reserve Commission, a Pentagon desk, and a hand on every classified investigation in the building? Somebody overruled the bad blood. Somebody decided this lawyer's value to his client outweighed the president's own campaign, saying on the record he can't be trusted. Then there's the investigation Crow referenced without naming. By the way, that wasn't sloppy questioning. That was strategy. A skilled questioner never hands the witness the answer. By keeping the question vague, he forced a denial that sticks, no matter which investigation comes out later. So let me tell you what he was talking about. April of 2025, 3 of the Pentagon chief's most senior aides, Dan Caldwell, Darren Selnick, and Colin Carroll, were walked out of the building by armed officers.
Now, you will also recall, I reported on this when that happened. They were shocked that they were being escorted out of the Pentagon. And then that's when the Pentagon started doing all of these lie detector tests because they wanted to know who was leaking information. Y'all don't remember when that happened?
Officers. The accusation? Leaking secret information connected to a group chat on the Signal app that contained details of a U.S. bombing in Yemen. The affair the press calls Signalgate. Here's the structural detail nobody is calling out. No evidence ever.
So while Pete Kegbreath never took any responsibility for his poor judgment, for what he actually did, these three men lost their job at the Pentagon, being alleged to be leakers of that information. Isn't that quaint? You see how it works for everyone else as opposed to how it worked for people in this administration?
Emerged against the three men. None. So in bombing in Yemen. The affair the press calls Signalgate. Here's the structural detail nobody is calling out. No evidence ever emerged against the three men. None. So in May, the West Wing pulled both the boss and his personal attorney off any oversight of the probe and handed it to Deputy Defense Secretary Stephen Feinberg. Now think about that for a second. A deputy normally reports up to his boss. Here, he was empowered to investigate over him. That's not a personnel decision. That flips the Pentagon's chain of command upside down. It's the White House quietly saying it doesn't trust the man at the top and putting that on the record. There's no recent precedent for it. Then it got worse. He wanted Pentagon staff to take lie detector tests to find leakers. The White House had to step in and shut it down because a senior advisor raised the alarm internally about being personally targeted. Read that twice. The Trump White House, not exactly a place known for restraint when it comes to internal loyalty tests, concluded that this had crossed a line. Here's the Signalgate fact. The cross-examination didn't surface. The lawyer wasn't just brought in to investigate the signal leaks. According to Politico, he was reportedly in the signal group himself, the one with his client's wife and brother where the Yemen strike was discussed. So the man tasked with running the leak probe is the same man who may have been sitting in the chat that leaked. The investigator and the subject are the same person. That's what the West Wing actually intervened to stop. The crackdown on reporters, same pattern. In October, the Pentagon chief demanded that approved reporters sign a 21-page agreement warning them that requesting any information not pre-approved by his office could constitute soliciting or encouraging government employees to break the law. More than 30 news organizations refused to sign. Reuters, the AP, the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, NBC.
And thus your Pentagon is filled with YouTube influencers, purporting to be the new news apparatus in the Pentagon. You have no real news people in the Pentagon, but New York Times took them to court. And the judge said that New York Times must get their credentials back as they were initially and have the ability to write their stories unapproved by Pentagon officials, as Kegbreath wanted them to have to approve all stories, have all stories that they were writing approved by someone in the Pentagon. The judge said no. They ain't got to do none of that. And they have free reign like they've always had over the Pentagon. It's not like they're going in secured areas of the Pentagon. They've never had that. So what are you talking about? So instead of following the judge's order, Pete Kegbreath came up with a novel idea that said he was going to put like a shed in the backyard. He's going to put a shed in the backyard where the press were supposed to sit and work from, a whole separate building from the Pentagon. And that's where the press will only be able to work and to do whatever it is that they wanted to do in a whole separate building to keep them out of the Pentagon. He thought that's what I'll do instead. I'm going to follow the judge's order, but I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to create an area outside of the Pentagon. The judge said, no, my orders were clear. Are you serious? Are you acting like you don't understand what I said? My orders are clear. Now, to this day, I'm not sure if Pete Kegbreath has followed the judge's order about allowing the press back into the Pentagon under the old Pentagon rules. I don't know if they're still fighting this, but this is the last that I've heard about it. But let's be clear. No one really gives a fuck about what the for-profit press is reporting on anyway, because 9 times out of 10, they soft pedaling and carrying the water for the lies that this administration puts out to the people. They don't question anything that comes to them. They let this administration just sit up and lie to their face, in their face, and act as if, oh, well, I can't do a follow-up question. Oh, I gotta pretend like I just gotta swallow these lies and put them out to the people. You know, a lot of these people, let me tell you, this press, the large press, the mainstream media press, really need to be ignored at this point. A lot of it really needs to be ignored at this point. Because I am so sick of Norah O'Donnell sat her silly ass up there and asked him a question about what was in the manifesto of the alleged shooter at the Correspondent Dinner, and he called her discussing 15,000 different ways. And she sat up there at the end. Oh, thank you for coming on and sitting down with me and being a friend to the media, or some dumb shit she said after he had just. Go ahead. You're just disgusting. I knew you were gonna. You're a disgusting individual. But she smiled and told him, never ask him a hard question. Never ask him a hard question. Norah O'Donnell, all of this to sit up and kiss ass to someone who wants to purport himself as a dictator would. These people are a main part of the problem. This for-profit media that are scared to lose their billion-dollar job, as regular Americans have lost their jobs all across this country. But these people who are being paid millions of dollars will not do their job because they're scared to lose their millionaire jobs, their $1 million a year jobs, their upper $100,000 year jobs. But a motherfucker, the common man who is making well under $100,000, who is making $800,000, $100,000 a year in this economy ain't shit. But they don't care about you and what your job loss is costing the country. But they don't want to report on how this country is doing. You notice there's news on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And how many regular people's stories do you hear on this for-profit media? All they do all day is carry the water for these liars in government on both sides. They want to both sides everything. Everything is both sides. Well, the Democrats do it too. Well, the Republicans do it too. And they will both sides some shit that they know that it's not done on both sides. We have a panel of people, and we have people talking for and against. Why are you having some people talk against some shit? I mean, for some shit that this whole country should be against. People should be against this fucked up economy that 45, 47 has this nation under. But y'all don't never want to talk about that. Who would you get to come on and talk for this fucked up economy? Who would you get to come on and talk about the harm that all of these people being thrown off of their health care insurance? Who you gonna get to come on and talk for that? And not y'all just, the economy's doing great. There's no inflation. And y'all sit up there and just let people say that and not hard stop them. Because there's no work for this new media to do. Remember during Watergate? I forget their names. Dean, the reporters who reported on Watergate, they were out in the street late at night, meeting up with people, getting information. They had their boots on the ground, trying to uncover until they finally uncovered the story. These motherfuckers sit up in their fucking penthouse in New York City or whatever town that they're in. This for-profit media, CNN, MSNBC, MS Now, Fox News, these motherfuckers aren't doing no reporting. These motherfuckers are just talking heads reading a motherfucking script. So where are the reporters at? And they have more of the same talking heads. If I see Scott Jennings' silly ass on another program, these are not reporters. These are political pundits. What good does pontificating get you when you need to know the facts, when you need to know the news? They're not even trying to pretend like they are even giving you news. They're just repeating what has been put out. They are motherfucking just churning out bullshit. But they call themselves news. A bunch of pundits. Nobody is getting to the truth of any matter. At least we have, there's two sides. You know, they do it too. This is bullshit. And what has it gained the United States of America? What has it gained us? To continue to watch bullshit. To continue to support bullshit to our own peril. But they're not telling you. They're ignoring what you are really going through. Guys, gas prices are up $1 in 1 month. But President Trump said that, you know, the people aren't concerned about this. They're more concerned about other things. Yeah, you're very concerned about this. But why is it the independent media is the media that has to go out and talk to people on the street and find out that people are deciding whether they could afford gas to get to and from work, or afford to have food, or to afford to have medication, or afford to do something with their children? How many people are talking about what's really going on in the United States of America? As more people are losing their homes than they did in the big housing crisis. But you don't see MSNBC in any of them talking about the facts of how this presidency has fucked up this economy. You're not hearing about people who have lost their jobs almost at the end of their job cycle, where many of them were set to retire in a couple of years. You don't hear about them being in the same job pool as people who have recently got out of college, and so few jobs are available. They are swimming in the same pool, and none of them are getting jobs. You don't hear about that. Either the people fresh out of college, if they have the opportunity to continue to live at home, but everybody fresh out of college don't have the opportunity to live at home. So they tell you that one side of the story. Oh, well, you know, college graduates, they find that they have to stay at home and they can't get their own place. Well, what about the ones who don't have the opportunity to continue to stay at home? They act like that demographic don't even exist in this economy. Anyway, enough for me.
ABC, NPR, even Fox News. His old employer, the lawyer who drafted it, no civil service background, no national security, press freedom expertise, no journalism law experience. On March 20th of this year, a federal judge struck the entire policy down. Senior U.S. District Judge Paul Friedman ruled it violated both the First and Fifth Amendments, designed, in his finding, to remove disfavored journalists from the building. The Pentagon released a temporary new version of the policy. The New York Times accused them of contemptuously defying the court order. The lawyer defending those revisions in...
Hold on 1 second. No charges were filed. What are you talking about? No charges were filed. The New York Times sued to get back into the Pentagon. What are you talking about? No charges were filed. Who said charges were filed? A complaint was filed and they won their case to get back into the Pentagon. And then a routine confidentiality agreement became a criminal threat. Who said anybody said there was a criminal threat? They said that he illegally wanted to have the press sign confidentiality agreements. That is nothing routine about having the press to sign a confidentiality agreement to do news from the Pentagon. So what are you talking about? Let me remove this stupid comment. This is not a chat for hyperbole and bullshit. So what are you talking about? This is misleading. No, these are facts. Nobody said anything about criminal charges. We said that these NDAs were unconstitutional, and a judge was the one who determined that. Not you. Not you and your dumb bullshit that you're writing in the chat. A judge was the one who said that the press are to be allowed back in the Pentagon under the same conditions that they have always been allowed to use the Pentagon to report news. So what are you talking about? You're so stupid. I guess you know more than the judge. I guess you know more than the judge who came back a second time when Pete Kegbreath tried to do a workaround around the judge's ruling. There's nothing about standard about a confidentiality agreement. You stupid motherfucker. Thus, it was ruled unconstitutional, and that the press will be able to go back into the Pentagon. Hey, Z Sarah, it is good to see you. Yeah, thank you, Z Sarah. And you know, it just kills me when these idiots come in here writing something that they don't know. I'm nothing I said was misleading. What I said was factual. I didn't say anything misleading. Thank you, Z Sarah. He was full of shit. Talking about standard non-disclosure agreement. Why would the press assign a non-disclosure agreement? There's nothing standard about it. That's why the New York Times sued to get back into the Pentagon without having to sign a non-disclosure agreement, something that is abnormal for the press to have to do to report from the Pentagon. Oh, I see they're not typing anymore. I didn't block them. I see that now that they see I saw the bullshit that they were typing in this chat. They're no longer typing that dumb shit in the chat anymore. They're free to type. Oh, but you understand that you just can't sit up and type dumb shit and not be challenged in this chat. You're free to type. We can agree to disagree, but don't write no motherfucking bullshit in my chat. Issues of a prior restraint and conflict of interest arise from it, so it's purely fuckery. But it doesn't matter if you're Fox. Even Fox wouldn't sign the non-disclosure agreement. Even Fox News would not sign the non-disclosure agreement. The water boy of this administration would not sign the non-disclosure agreement. So let's get back to this.
Court, the same one who wrote the original order. Senior U.S. District Judge Paul Friedman ruled it violated both the First and Fifth Amendments designed, in his finding, to remove disfavored journalists from the building. The Pentagon released a temporary new version of the policy. The New York Times accused them of...
And this is the thing that these people who will believe anything that Kegbreath did is proper, and even if it steps on your fucking constitutional rights. These ignorants, these white ignorants out here who wants to keep 45, 47 in office because they want their white supremacist agenda to be met. They will even vote against their own interests, of course. They will even ignore their constitutional rights being stepped all over. As long as they think they're hurting someone else. As long as they think that they are hurting a different news organization that report differently from them. But even your beloved Fox News refused to sign that NDA and work under the conditions that Kegbreath set out. an unconstitutional position that Hegseth wanted to bring the media who reported on the Pentagon under. But you sitting up here talking about some dumb shit, some bullshit, because you don't respect the rights of others and you don't give a fuck about your own rights. You think that them stepping on the rights of other people who are not you is going to make them respect your rights? When they step on everyone else's rights and you think that it can't happen to you, it's already happening to you. Because when they step on one rights, they're stepping on everyone's rights. That's what kills me about you motherfuckers. Y'all feel that if they subvert the rights of people who are different than you, live different than you, go to church and praise a different God than you, y'all feel like their rights can be stepped on and your rights are going to be safe. And when you sit there and be quiet when they step on the rights of others, you may as well shut your motherfucking mouth when it comes to yours. Because once they have made it the abnormal normal, bitch, you ain't got nothing coming either. And that's what I don't understand about you dummies that continue to support this dumb shit, thinking that you gonna be okay. Okay, keep on believing that dumb shit.
Contemptuously defying the court order. The lawyer defending those revisions in court, the same one who wrote the original. He told the Times the new rules, quote, use more words to say the same thing, end quote. Now look at the cash flow nobody talks about. Federal court records reviewed by Politico show him listed as the lead lawyer on 11 separate cases, several of them suing the United States government. So here's how that math actually works. A Navy reservist gets paid a fraction of what a real Senate-confirmed advisor would earn. So his client gets a top advisor on the cheap, and the taxpayers cover the bill. His real income comes from a private practice whose entire market value rises every time a service member sees him standing next to the man who runs the Pentagon. The taxpayer pays for his access. His access boosts his private law business. Nobody, not the Senate, not the White House, not the press, has looked into that cycle. The Burke case is the clearest example.
So, you have the head of someone who is a advisor to the head of the Pentagon who is still taking private practice cases. Now, when a service member needs an attorney and they are able to procure the advisor to Hegseth, oh my God, isn't this going to be remarkable for his defense? And if he wins the case, what is that going to give him? That's going to give him more business from people in the military who have to fight cases. And we know that there is no war crime that Hegseth does not support getting the military people who have committed those war crimes out of trouble. His whole foray into pardons that he wanted to get for 3 members of the military while he was still at Fox News, because these 3 members of the military had either been on trial or been tried and found guilty of crimes while in the military. And what did Hegseth do at the end of Trump's first term? He begged for pardons for these people who had committed crimes while in the military, and he got these pardons. So let's be real clear. This motherfucker don't give a fuck. He don't give a fuck about a war crime. He never has given a fuck about a war crime. And now his personal attorney who procured his freedom and not being prosecuted on this reported SA grape charge, he got out of it for $50,000, and look what his attorney got: a cushy job with access to all of these clients. The case now, this is also a case that should be studied. That Hegseth personal let's see, what shall we call this type of lawyer? Who gave him this get out of jail free card, pay some money. This trick ass attorney gave this Pete Hegseth. Pete Pete Kegbreth had to turn into a trick for that piece of free pussy that he took from that woman. So his attorney said, no. You're going to have to turn into a trick. And that was the highest piece of pussy you got. You got to pay this bitch $50,000 if you don't want to go to trial. And so this attorney who turned Kegbreth into the trick that he's always been, but this trick liked to get pussy and not pay for it. But he made him pay dearly for that piece of pussy that he stole from that woman. He made him pay dearly to reach a settlement where he wouldn't be prosecuted for taking that pussy from that woman. And, you know, why is this administration always in trouble behind a piece of ass or a piece of pussy? Or a piece of pussy. Let's go on to this other case. The 4-star Admiral Robert Burke. He was on trial for bribery, and he was convicted on all 4 counts, serving 6 years in federal prison. Former military judge Joshua Katzenberg assessment was, it's a great advertising possibility. Take me to your attorney because I've got unusual access. So you can have access to this private attorney, but it may not go real well for you, as in the case of this 4-star Admiral Robert Burke.
Example, retired Navy 4-star Admiral Robert Burke. Bribery charges. Parlatore led the defense and lost. A jury convicted his client on all 4 counts in May of last year. The retired admiral is now serving 6 years in federal prison. He disputes any conflict. Trump appointee Trevor McFadden, the judge in the case, agreed and let the trial go forward. So fine, the arrangement is legal. But a former Air Force military judge named Joshua Katzenberg, now a law professor at the University of New Mexico, made the harder point. Quote, it's a great advertising possibility. Take me to be your attorney because I've got unusual access, end quote. That's not me saying it. That's a former military judge saying it. Then there's the foreign clients question Crow opened. The witness said he didn't know whether his senior advisor represents foreign governments. That's not a what if. There's a federal law called the Foreign Agents Registration Act, or FARA, and breaking it is a felony. Someone secretly working for a foreign government, sitting inside the Pentagon chief's office, would be one of the most serious spy threats this country could face. And under oath, he said he hadn't bothered to find out. Inside the building, Trump's own picks noticed. The Pentagon's acting top lawyer at the time, Charlie Young, told colleagues he was uneasy. Other lawyers in that same office privately raised alarms about his influence and the question of whose interests he was actually serving. One Pentagon insider summed it up to the Post in 5 words. Quote, who is he representing here? End quote. The clearance status raises the same flag. When the lawyer arrived at the Pentagon, he didn't have top secret clearance. He admitted publicly he was in the process of obtaining one. They couldn't even let him into a SCIF, that's the name for the locked, soundproofed rooms where the country's most sensitive secrets get discussed in this town. Standard processing takes 6 to 9 months. It's been over 13. So either the
So take 6 to 9 months. And here, a year after, 13 months later, your Pete Kegbreth still can't tell you if this man has a security clearance. But no, we know that Pete Kegbreth doesn't even talk about things that should be talked about in a SCIF, in the SCIF that he has access to. He decides to talk about this information on an unsecure app as Signal. And we know that he has talked to Palatore about things that he should be talking to Palatore in a SCIF if Palatore actually had a clearance. If Palatore could actually get a clearance, why doesn't Palatore here 13 months later, Pete Kegbreth couldn't tell you if he had a security clearance when he know goddamn well that he's been talking to him about shit that he should not be talking to him about as the head of the Pentagon, as the head of the Defense Department. Now, if you don't understand why this line of questioning was made, this is why this line of questioning was made. He could be the biggest threat, a spy threat to the United States. This is why the question was made. This is why. I see what you're trying to do here. He's trying to show what a fucking ignorant ass fool you are that is putting this whole country at jeopardy because you are so beholden to the motherfucker that has the proof that you paid $50,000 to get this woman to shut her mouth about you S-ing her. That's what it's all about. And the whole country has to pay because you wanted to steal a piece of pussy. That's what it's all about.
Clearance is held up and somebody in the system has concerns serious enough to slow it, or it was granted and the man at the top has chosen not to confirm that on the record. Either answer is its own scandal. By the way, Foreign Intelligence Services map who attends classified meetings. A man without confirmed clearance in those rooms isn't a maybe someday risk. He's a real one. The Pentagon has its own internal watchdog whose whole job is to investigate exactly this. There's been no public investigation. Then there's what he's actually doing inside the building. His boss tasked him with leading an overhaul of the entire military justice system. The plan cuts the power of military lawyers. They're called JAGs, short for Judge Advocate General Corps. And
now we know that a hefty number of JAG officers lost their job in the Pentagon. Early, I think around March of last year, prior to the first strike in Iran, a lot of JAG officers were fired. By whom? By this keep quiet on stealing pussy procurator. This attorney who got the sweetheart deal for Hegseth to pay $50,000 and not be prosecuted for raping this woman who had the rape allegations. Let's continue.
Pushes them out of the Pentagon and down into smaller units stationed around the world. A civilian criminal defense attorney, in part-time uniform, restructuring how the United States military prosecutes its own. His record on military discipline tells you exactly where this leads. The most famous client of his career, before any of this, was Eddie Gallagher, the Navy SEAL found not guilty of murder in a war crimes trial that became a huge national story. So the lawyer dismantling JAG oversight is the same one who built his entire reputation by beating JAG prosecutions. Make no mistake about what that means. Pull back further, the historical pattern comes into focus. American politics has a recurring figure, the personal lawyer who becomes the boss's government insider. Roy Cohn for one client, Rudy Giuliani for another, John Eastman drafting memos behind Oval Office doors. The pattern always ends
The pattern always ends there. Roy Cohn, the guy who told 4547, never admit you were wrong. If I'm not mistaken, he also worked a lot for those
the same way. The lawyer,
New York mob bosses, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that, but I do believe that I heard that Roy Cohn was also. Let me see. I'll look that up. John Eastman. He was drafting memos behind
his job stops being legal
over office doors. If you're not John Eastman recently also did what? The same thing that Rudy Giuliani did. John Eastman has lost his law license. Rudy Giuliani, who is laying up
advice
in a hospital bed. What happened to Giuliani? He has lost his law licenses. Going on these merry-go-round to be put in positions that they are not qualified for. So let's see what Tim Palatore, who sits outside the Defense Secretary's office, let's see what happens to him and his law license. His greatest accomplishment was defeating JAG officers. So when he was allowed to come in and fire JAG officer, do you not think he nutted all over his pants? Let's continue.
Making sure the boss stays protected. American politics has a recurring figure, the personal lawyer who becomes the boss's government insider. Roy Cohn for one client, Rudy Giuliani for another, John Eastman drafting memos behind Oval Office doors. The pattern always ends the same way. The lawyer's job stops being legal advice and starts being making sure the boss stays protected. The latest version of that same kind of lawyer is sitting right outside the defense secretary's office. The warning isn't theoretical. The historical record is unanimous on what happens next. Now consider the man asking the questions. Crow was one of 7 House members who acted as the prosecutors in Trump's first Senate impeachment trial in 2020.
Crow is a gentleman who was asking the questions that Hegseth didn't want to answer. Also, you will also note that Crow was one of the people in the public service announcement that they did telling military officers that they did not have to follow unlawful orders. One of the 9 people in that video that your president said that they could be hung for treason. One of the 9 officers who simply said what is in their military code, you do not have to follow unlawful orders. You know, the same thing that Pete Hegseth said, and then wanted to bring what is his name? The bald head former Mark Kelly off of retirement to reinstate him into the military so that he could demote him in the military, that he would be making less money in retirement. He wanted to unretire Mark Kelly, to demote him so he will be making less money. This is what Hegseth wanted to say for saying something Hegseth had said himself. These are the people who are running our Pentagon. Let's be real clear.
He's already cross-examined Trump administration witnesses on national television. So this wasn't a one-off, it was a sequel. Before politics, he wasn't a prosecutor. He was a partner at Holland and Hart, handling business lawsuits. That matters. A prosecutor's instinct is to grill. A business lawyer's instinct is to walk a witness step by step through a timeline of public facts until the lies catch up to themselves. That's exactly what landed in this hearing. That's why the witness never recovered his footing. The technique wasn't political, it was professional. Now, name the constitutional question hovering over all of this. Article 2 sets up advice and consent. The president nominates. The Senate confirms. The framers split that power on purpose. By turning a personal lawyer into a part-time reservist who actually shapes policy, you're not just skipping the process. You may be breaking the part of the Constitution that says how appointments have to work, what's called the Appointments Clause. Constitutional scholars have written about exactly this loophole. So the legal question isn't whether the setup looks bad. It's whether it's even legal. No court has yet been asked to rule. That by itself,
I say it's far time for a court to be asked to rule on the way that Hegseth has put this person in power, is sharing all of the military secrets and information about our military with someone who Hegseth can't even tell you if he has foreign adversaries as clients. So I just wanted to tell you this story. This made that line of questioning much more clearer for me. And I hope it has made it much more clear for you as well. I'm not trying to act like I'm your teacher. I'm just guiding you to the information that I have found. I was very curious about that line of questioning, and the link to this is in my description box. This is unfit for service. It is under the link unfit for service. And let's talk about something that I have always talked to you guys about here on my channel. Let's talk about the black maternity rates, the disparity in mothers who are black, who lose their lives, who lose their children in pregnancy, who lose their lives even 1 year after pregnancy, the children that lose their lives to black mothers in their first year of life. All of these black women are too I said 3 to 4 times to lose their lives, their pregnancy, the life of their children, their actual pregnancy during labor, birth, and delivery. During pregnancy, labor, birth, delivery. Now, 3 to 4 times more likely to lose their lives or the lives of their children. So, 6 years ago, California. Let me take this down. 6 years ago, California created a program for Black mothers and their children to address the loss of life and the medical disparities that face Black pregnant mothers. And let's keep it about. The medical establishment even has it written in their nursing manuals, in their medical manuals that they are teaching students. They say that Black people have a thicker skin, so they don't feel as much pain. Where is this at? This is what they're teaching doctors in medicine and doctors and nurses in medical school. So, unfortunately, how they also teach nurses and doctors in medical school, they have done blind tests where they, on a piece of paper, they have described a person and they tell you what happened to them and what they say their pain level are. And so they did a blind study in medical students and nursing students. And based upon these blind studies that they give, where they give you the information about the patient, some of these names kind of sound, kind of Black names. You know how they throw out applications. If your name is Jamal Wahobi Jackson, these things that kind of denotes that you could possibly be a Black person. They do these. They put this little stuff that could give you some type of biases in the cards. Real sleekly. They'll say some person was playing field hockey while the other person got the same injury playing basketball. Real subtle little stuff, and they'll give you 2 cases of the same injury. And the details in there, we have Leon Jackson, and he hurt his Achilles playing basketball, and he says his pain level is at a 10. And then the doctor or the nurse will prescribe a Tylenol. And then we have who we have. We have what is a good white name? We have what is a good white name? Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was 2, but I knew it was. I was like, no, I think I knew the top rate was 4 times. It's 3 to 4 times higher. Now, what is it? We have. I want to say Andrew. That's not a good name. I want to say Donald. Should I say Cash? Should I pay? Peter. Let's say we have Peter Kegbreath, and he bent his peen fighting with someone trying to get in a piece of pussy that was not did not grant him entrance. And so in that fight, he bent his peen to the side, something like that. And then we have Leon Carter. He bent his peen to the side because he was running and he ran into a door or something, and his peen got bent to the side. I hear that can happen. That is a very painful situation for men. Men can actually, kind of break the peen. Hey, Sincere. Uh, so, so they did these blind tests, and then they will say, "Oh, well, Peter, he should get some codeine and Leon, he should get some Tylenol." Medical disparities. This is a common thing, medical disparities, but unfortunately, it is rampant and has been rampant for decades in the Black maternity specter. So California created a program for Black expected mothers, and it is a Black expected mothers program. So, of course, what has happened now is some Karen wants to sue the state of California because they are not allowing her into this Black mothers program. Hey, Handy, it's good to see you. Sincere, it is good to see you. So, if you guys are not aware, that was talked about in Robert F. Kennedy's uh, budget that was talked about in RFK budget oversight a couple of weeks ago. The disparity that the money that he has taken out to study this disparity in implicit bias in expected mothers specifically, and they have cut funding in the Health and Human Services to actually study this and have put action forward to prevent this. They say that what they're doing helps all mothers while ignoring the fact that Black mothers are dying 3 to 4 times more frequently than any other mothers in the most developed country in the land. But Robert F. Kennedy tried to pretend like, well, what we're doing helps every mother. Well, what we're doing helps every mother. It helps every mother. At the same time, it helps every mother. Black women are still dying 3 to 4 times more by childbirth in the United States of America. So Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Tried to pretend like whatever we're doing is helping everyone. It's too bad that you guys are still dying 3 to 4 times more. But we're not going to do anything to help Black women in specific. We are not going to. We know that this is happening, but we're not going to address it at all. Okay, because that's a DEI issue. And if we are to address that, that would be DEI. And we're anti-DEI. So we're anti-DEI. So more Black mothers must DIE. Okay. So let me get into what I wanted to talk about regarding. Let me see. I have. Here it is right here. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Let's get into what I wanted to share with you on that. Now, we also I haven't watched Married to Medicine since I found this out. I used to kind of like Married to Medicine. We also know that Dr. Jackie, who tries to present herself as the most bougie of them all. We also know that this Mississippi medical bred bitch came out and said that Black women put on more and they be trying to get out of work. This is a Black OBGYN. Now, this is what she said about Black women. And when it got out, and she doubled down on it, and she was proud of you know, Black women, they be doing a whole lot of putting on, and they just be trying to get put out of work. A Black doctor said this with the knowledge of how many Black women die in childbirth. And so she brought her ass out and said that, and she was now she had said that years before, but for some reason it came back up in the conversation, and then all of a sudden she was all tearful and sorry for saying it. It took her a couple of days. It not immediately when it came out. It took her a couple of days to figure out that she was going to have to address what she said publicly. Now, let's get into. Let me see where I want to start. Here we go. Let's start here. It's now this healthcare disparity with black mothers dying 3 to 4 times than white women, and that it crosses all barriers. It crosses all educational barriers, financial barriers. It doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter what you do for a living. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. So it's not like, oh, well, they just do that in the hood. Oh, what? No, there. It's a shame that a celebrity face have to be put on this sometimes for people to understand that it's all black women. It's just not poor black women. It's just not working class black women. It's all black women. Now, how could that be? I don't know, but it is. So let me start right here with what I wanted to share with you. New California law addresses racial bias in maternal health care. Let me see when this video, 6 years ago. 6 years ago. We're going to start from the back and we're going to work our way to the front. This is under Black women dying in my description box.
And I was like, I can't breathe. Like I couldn't take a deep breath.
Tennis star Serena Williams knew she had a blood clot in her lung shortly after delivering her daughter. Williams ordered her own CAT scan, and her doctors saw she was right. Her story is similar to other Black mothers who have complications during or after childbirth and have a hard time getting doctors to listen. In California, Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely than white women to die or suffer from severe complications during pregnancy and childbirth. Studies consistently point to one underlying factor in this health gap: racial bias. California wants that to change. Hi, I'm Adria Watson, reporter for Cal Matters. I'm going to explain a new law aimed at eliminating racial bias in perinatal care. Starting in January, doctors and nurses treating pregnant women must take training on how unknown biases can affect care of new and soon-to-be mothers. Authored by Los Angeles Democratic Senator Holly Mitchell, the law also makes sure maternal deaths are consistently registered on death certificates. Coroners will have to note if a woman was pregnant when she died or in the year prior to her death. Governor Newsom's budget also includes more funding to expand healthcare programs for Black mothers and infants. Some doctors worry about how training will be enforced. Most doctors are contractors at hospitals, and they do not receive the same oversight as an employee. This isn't California's first time trying to address high maternal death rates. In 2006, a group of doctors and researchers began working with hospitals on maternal mortality. In less than 10 years, the state's maternal death rates dropped by 55%. But the gap between Black mothers and other racial groups stayed the same. Hence, the new law. To learn more about this new law and others, check out our coverage at calmatters.org. For Cal Matters, I'm Adria Watson.
And what's so bad, if you don't know, this was 6 years ago that this law was enacted only in one state, the state of California. And what's so bad about it, this lawsuit that she has put forth, they made it where more people can join in on this lawsuit to make it a class action lawsuit against California. If you're not familiar with the hidden crisis in America, why the system is failing
now to a shocking issue affecting Black women.
Why the system is failing Black mothers. All of this is under in my description box. If you want to peruse these videos under Black maternal death, all of these links will be there in my description box. Let's go.
women across America. New research reveals that African American women disproportionately face serious challenges during pregnancy and childbirth, regardless of their socioeconomic background. Author and professor Kiara Bridges joins Michelle Martin to discuss her new book, Expecting Inequity, and how persistent racism has created a maternal health crisis.
Thanks, Bianna. Professor Kiara Bridges, thanks so much for talking with us.
Well, thank you for having me.
So by now, many people know that Black Americans in the United States are 3 times more likely than white Americans to die from pregnancy-related causes. Okay. But what's so striking about your latest research and your latest book, it's not just that this gap does not close with income or education, it actually widens. And I think that is just the kind of thing that just makes people's heads spin. And so the first thing I wanted to ask is, when you dug in on this particular issue, were you surprised?
Absolutely. The statistic that you just mentioned is the engine behind this book. It was discovering that statistic that actually encouraged me, incited me, provoked me to engage in 2 years of research that culminated in Expecting Inequity. And it's not only true for maternal deaths, but it's also true for infant deaths. So the babies that Black people have, when they are at the higher ends of the socioeconomic ladder, they more frequently die than the babies that poor Black people have. So there was something there. And I think there's a common misperception in the United States that having some degree of class privilege, right? Having high income, having wealth, having a high status job, that protects you from racial disadvantage, that protects you from racism. And it's true in a lot of respects, class privilege is protective. However, the fact that Black people are dying more frequently than their white counterparts when they are wealthier, it means that class privilege actually opens us up to a particular type of vulnerability. There's a particular type of marginalization that happens when one has wealth and status and income. And so that is the engine behind this book. And I sought to interrogate that a little more, as well as discover what Black people were doing in light of that really unique and unexpected marginalization.
You're right. The higher rates of Black maternal deaths in the United States are not because Black people disproportionately bear the burdens of poverty. Black people have higher rates of maternal deaths than white people across all income levels. Racial disparities in maternal mortality are not a problem of class. They are a problem of race, of racism, to be precise. But if it's not poverty, if it's not that, what are some of the things that are happening to Black people, Black patients, even in well-resourced settings that are leading to these?
Now, we also know that Judge Brenda Hatchett, who used to do the Judge Show, her daughter-in-law lost her life. She bled out internally. And she was complaining to her doctors that she wasn't feeling right. She wasn't feeling right. And she, I think by the time her husband was able to get to the doctor, to her bedside, when he got to her bedside, she had her bleeding had actually spilled onto the floor. If I'm recalling this wrong, please excuse me. I believe that her bleeding had actually spilled to the floor, and they took her to the emergency room, and she never came back. So this is now these are. Her husband was a professional, a successful professional. This happened at Cedars-Sinai Hospital. You know, if you're going to have any procedure in Cedars-Sinai, either you have superb medical insurance or you have a lot of money. And it is happening at booted facilities, as in every other facility that is available to people who may be on Medicaid. This is not anything that is specific to any other class of people other than Black women, period, full stop.
Outcomes.
Some of the factors that are contributing to the higher rates of death and in severe injuries among pregnant folks, even at the higher ends of the socioeconomic ladder. It's many different contributors. The fact is that being a person of color in the United States, being a Black person in the United States, it's stressful. And there's reams of research at this point that demonstrates, it's called Withering. There was a public health researcher, Arlene Geronimus, who has devoted her life to investigating just how chronic stress weathers the body systems of people who are exposed to it. I've also talked about in the book epigenetics, and epigenetics is a very touchy subject.
Now, this weathering, I definitely agree with this. These subtle things that you always have to be aware of. These overt things that you always have to be aware of. It is draining living that consciously, having to live with that, having to understand how long you've been living that. When you first saw the overt racism, when you first saw the covert racism, and always having to be sure that you're seeing what you're seeing, and then finally just understanding that this is the world that you're living in, and then you go through decades of your life where it seems like it's getting better, and now we are back at the most overt type of racism that I have ever seen in the United States. And I grew up in the 70s where we had people singing songs like James Brown, "Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud." And I'm like, why wouldn't I be proud? Because I was so close to the point where people were ashamed of their Blackness, tried to shrink down because they were trying to protect themselves. But James Brown was telling us to stand up proud in your Blackness. I'm Black and I'm proud because being Black has always been a death sentence, and being Black and proud, that was most definitely a death sentence. Why did you think that they lynched Emmett Till? This proud city boy comes from Chicago. He whistled at this woman. He too proud. He's too bold. We're gonna put him in his place. Yes, Sincere. We're going to put him in his place. See, they don't want you being too. Well, I think that's a line in Color Purple too. People don't like it when you too proud. Oh, they used to call you uppity. Uppity. They used to call you uppity, uppity Negro. Someone called Michelle Obama uppity. She is too uppity. That is cold racism at its core. So let's continue.
To talk about, because it's so easily misunderstood as genetics. No one is making the argument that Black people have some race-specific genetic variation that causes us to die more frequently than our white counterparts. Instead, epigenetics refers to the expression of the genes. And the genes are expressed in particular ways according to their environment. And so if you live in a hostile environment, your genes will be expressed in a way that is inconsistent or contrary to life and health. And I tell the story in the book. My maternal grandmother, was a maid in the Jim Crow South. She cleaned white people's houses her entire life. She died prematurely. And I think it would be fantastical to believe that her genes were not expressed in a way that led to her premature death. Moreover, she passed that genetic expression down to my mother. I likely inherited that genetic expression from my mother. And so even though I have all this privilege and all this, elite status and I'm just 2 generations out of Jim Crow. And so it would be surprising if I have not inherited those expression of the genes that would compromise my health and that might lead to the pregnancy complications.
Now, there was a Black scientist. This story reminded me of a Black scientist. She did a study with mice, and she was seeing if mice actually passed on their gene to have fear. Now, they actually isolated that gene and how it was delivered on to the new leader of mice, the next leader of mice. It had that gene could be found up until 7 litters. I see the leaders. 7 litters after it was first discovered in the mice that were exposed to the fear. They would take the mice out, and they had certain areas on this like a grid, a metal grid, and in certain places where the mice would step, they would get a shock, and they being exposed to this all the time, they actually develop a fear gene, what they called identified as a extra gene that was in them, that was not in the mice that were never exposed to these shocks, and it manifests itself up to 7 litters of mice from that mouse. So, do you not think that? I that's why I definitely believe someone did a study on this. She won some big. She won some big prize, a black woman, a beautiful black woman. I'm going to bring that story. I talked about that one time on my show. I'll bring her information because it was a very interesting study. Okay, so I do believe in this. That's all I'm saying.
That might end in death.
One of the data points you cite in the book is that African immigrants who come from majority Black countries, within a generation or two, their birth outcomes deteriorate, whereas white immigrants who come from less affluent or less resourced countries in the United States, their birth outcomes improve.
Right, right.
So they improve even though they come from a poor country to America, because they are not impacted by the overt shit that is put on Black people. When Black people come, their outcomes decrease because in these poorer Black countries, they actually have community. They actually have elders. They actually have tradition. And when they come to America, they have none of this because, well, we have so many people in America who want to identify with the white man. And we saw this during the election, but we don't see these. I want to identify that Trump policies is going to be good for my stupid Black ass. We don't see them anywhere around now. You don't see any. You do not hear any of them talking now. But I digress. So this link is in my description box. Let me see if I can get to where she's talking about the a little more.
So that is a really interesting sort of point right there. So what are some of the other factors?
Well, there's also segregation, just good old-fashioned residential segregation, which leads to healthcare segregation, and the fact that there are some hospitals that care for more people of color than other hospitals, which predominantly care for white people. And I think a lot of people believe that if you have some status, you have some wealth, you can, as a Black person, you can move into a more affluent neighborhood. But studies over the generations have demonstrated it's really hard for Black people to live in integrated neighborhoods, because when a critical mass of Black people move into those neighborhoods, we experience white flight, and the white families leave, the resources leave, the values decrease, property values decrease, and then we're dealing with.
And thus you notice when a neighborhood that is a historically Black neighborhood is gentrified, all of a sudden the resources stream into these neighborhoods that had no resources, no outlet to get fresh food and groceries, to go to decent medical facilities. These little pop-up shop medical clinics. Thank God that there are even these pop-up medical clinics, these disjointed medical clinics. Had not it been for some of these smaller things that are trying to address the community, where the larger medical entities ignore these communities, but for, I'm not trying to poo-poo on these smaller facilities, because thank God for some of these smaller facilities, but let's keep it a buck. There is nobody clamoring for the black dollars. They clamor for the black dollar because they know they're going to get it regardless. They know that you have no other place to go, but they're going to act like your dollar is not as good as everyone else's. And even in things like healthcare, they're going to make it harder for you to even use your dollar, because you're going to have to go somewhere way outside. You're going to inconvenience you, but they still going to take your Medicare dollar. They still going to take your Medicaid dollar. But they're going to try to shame you as if you are using something that you don't deserve, and therefore you have to come all the way out to some other area to take the same dollar that they have set up their shops at, where they take the Medicare, Medicaid dollars in these white communities very freely, and they're not inconvenienced to take this Medicaid dollar. So let's go on.
Under-resourced communities relative to their white counterparts. And so the hospitals and healthcare systems that Black people are relying on for their healthcare just tend not to be as well-resourced as the hospitals and health systems that their white counterparts can frequent or can go to in their neighborhoods.
But what about what happens in the exam room? I mean, you said that there are system issues, but there are also these individual interactions, because I think it is fairly standard, at least was until the current era, to have sort of implicit bias training. Does your research indicate that there are still these one-on-one patient to medical provider interactions that contribute to more negative outcomes for Black patients?
Yeah, I mean, so I don't deny in my research that implicit bias is a factor towards the inferior healthcare that Black people receive from their providers. My problem with implicit bias as an explanation is that it has been a total explanation of all manner of racial inequities and racial disparities. And that's what medical schools and nursing schools have been doing. They've been trying to fix the problem of racial disparities in health and racial disparities in maternal mortality and morbidity by ensuring that providers don't have these implicit biases against.
But medical schools and nursing schools are the ones who were first in putting these implicit bias in their medical books. So to finish this conversation, it is a good conversation. I recommend you check out my link. It is in the description box under Black maternity death, maternal death. So let's move on to our next thing that I want to talk about in Black maternal death, about the actual lawsuit. Wait a minute, one more.
In our spotlight, the CDC and other agencies have called Black maternal.
Okay, let me see when this was created, so you can get we started at 6 years. This was 2 weeks ago. We started the conversation 6 years ago.
Maternal health in the United States, an urgent public health crisis. Black mothers continue to face serious health disparities during pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum. And Black Maternal Health Week observed annually aims to amplify the voices of Black mothers and raise awareness to address inequities when it comes to healthcare and maternal mortality for Black women and babies. Joining me now is Dr. Bayo Curry-Winchell, a family medicine.
Black Maternity Week. What is Black? What did she say? Black Maternity Week.
Joining me now is Dr. Bayo Curry-Winchell, a family medicine physician and founder of Clinicians Who Care. Dr. Bayo, thank you so much for joining us and being here in studio.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So your advocacy actually started because of a personal experience that you had. Talk to us about that.
Yes, I had just delivered my second child via C-section. I came out of the operating room and I immediately knew something was wrong. And that came through having a hard time talking, feeling pain that I'd never felt before. And so when I voiced that with my nurse, she said, "You look fine. Everything looks fine." So after 3 times of being dismissed, being told that my vital signs were normal, I asked my husband to call my doctor because I had his number. He calls my doctor, he comes over, and he immediately knew something wasn't right. Takes me back to the operating room. I find out that I'm bleeding internally, got transfused multiple units. And so this is very personal to me because I want people to know when you hear the statistic of Black women dying at 3 to 4 times the rate, it doesn't matter about your access, your social economics. It is happening to Black women every day.
And it's incredible to hear. And I'm so sorry that you had to go through that. And I'm so thankful that they were able to save you. But why is this still happening in 2026? I mean, we've heard of this happening for years and for decades, but for some, it might be difficult to hear that this is still happening today.
It starts with believing Black women, believing when they say something isn't right. And that is the initial step to be able to discover why they are saying something isn't right. And so when we can start there, that's when we can lean into the fact that bias, our healthcare system is broken. And this statistic of Black women dying at the highest rate is a part of that problem.
What do you think are the root causes of the disparities in maternal health care as it pertains to Black women? What is the root cause here?
The root cause is understanding that, of course, our system is broken, but when Black women go in to bring life into this world and they share that something isn't right, that something they feel is not right with their baby, they are not listened to. They are dismissed. They are told that, no, what you are saying to me isn't really something that I need to look into. So that root cause of not initiating and doing something with what they share with you is the problem right there. So you can have, the best clinics, you can have very fancy systems, but if we don't start with at the bedside, listening and believing Black women, we're going to miss that mark. And that is why we are here at the same rate in 2026.
And they're continuing to speak up for themselves. But like you said, they're not being listened to. Talk to us about clinicians who care. So because of your personal experience, what you've seen as a physician, you started Clinicians Who Care. Talk to us about that.
I did. It was inspired by my own story, and it's all centered on connecting people with doctors who have shown to provide compassionate care. Think of how many times a friend has called you and said, "Do you know the name of a doctor that you love or trust?" And so this list serves people around the world, and it has names of clinicians that have been shown and nominated by.
Okay, so I wanted to share this link with you. It is also in my description box. Her personal experience prompted her as a doctor to do something about it. Let's look at a different Black doctor, shall we? Let's see what this prompted a different Black doctor to do. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's see what a different doctor who went to medical school in Mississippi. Let's see what this doctor had to say, shall we? And let's also understand that this Black doctor wants to hold herself out as some exceptional human being. This is one of these Black doctors who want you to understand how bad and bougie she is. See, these are the people that you really need to watch out for. These people who try to separate their blackness from everyone else blackness and try to pretend like they are some upper crust Black people when you are no different than any other Black person. And let's see her cop out and cry and act like she didn't know, she didn't mean to hurt people. Bitch, you said what you felt. And your potential clients out there heard you say it. But, some of these bootlicking Black fools think, "Oh, we forgive Dr. Jackie." Yeah, well, I guess your life is not in her hands. That's
Oh wow, we're dramatic.
as African American women, we are a bit more dramatic, she says, and we go to the doctor and complain and complain. Let me see if I can put this on a closed caption. Oh, here we go. I don't want to read this and keep stopping.
Oh wow, we're dramatic. Isn't that what you're supposed to do at the doctor? You're supposed to tell your doctor your concerns. I don't think that's complaining, but okay.
You're not taken seriously.
Okay, go off, sis.
We want to make sure you're being serious with your doctor and not playing games so I can say take you off of work. This is a black OBGYN. When I see you 25 times in the pregnancy, it is hard to believe there's a true problem when there's a true problem. Why is it so hard to believe that a black woman is telling you about her problems and it's hard for you to believe them? So let's get to, I'm going to link this in my description box as well under this same title. And let's get to this big apology, this big teary apology that she found herself having to do after that came out.
Taking a much needed pause to address comments that I made during a 2020 live interview with one of my castmates.
Sometimes as African American women, we're a bit more dramatic in that you go to the doctor and you complain and you complain and you complain and you're not taken serious because you cried wolf the entire pregnancy.
That ain't me, boo. I don't know what you're talking about, but go ahead.
I didn't say you. I just said as African American women, we want to also make sure you're being serious with your doctor and not playing the game so I can take you off work. Because then we see you 25 times in the pregnancy. It's hard to believe that there's a true problem when there's a true problem.
First and most importantly, to Black women and mothers, including your friends, families, and the medical community who cares for you. Because my words left you hurt and feeling unsupported, I want you to know I hear you, I see.
Oh, now that it's threatening your show on Bravo, you're tearing up and your voice is quivering. And now, not when the 25 times that your patient comes in and tells you something wrong, you hear them and you see them. No, only when the production staff at Bravo tells you, take your black ass out there and make this better. Do you see and hear your patients? You see how convenient this is? But some people forgive Dr. Jackie. Dr. Jackie, I like her. She's sassy and she bougie.
I believe you, and I apologize from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, now you believe them and you apologize from the bottom of my heart. Let's understand that Dr. Jackie is a person that has never had a child as well. Let's be real clear. Okay.
I am brokenhearted over this. Taking a much needed pause to address comments that I.
She had to take a pause. Now, you can go to her as your physician when you're pregnant, but she need to make sure that you're not just faking to get her to take you off of work. But when she get black backlash for the stupid shit that she said, she needed to do what? Take a break off from work. I need to take a pause because my mouth wrote a check, my ass can't cash. I need to take a pause. I need to take off work. I can't film no more. I can't do it no more. She need to take a pause. But she is suspicious of you and the symptoms that you say, and she think that, you just trying to get me to take you off work. You see the irony in this bullshit? That link is in my let me see. Let me make sure this link is in my description box. Yes, this link is in my description box. Let's hear it one more again before I leave and get to the lawsuit. After California has set up a program to try to prevent the Black mothers dying 3 to 4 times more than their white counterparts. And this program is being sued by a white woman because she is not allowed to be a part of the program that is for Black expecting mothers.
I made during a 2020 live interview with one of my castmates.
Sometimes as African American women, we're a bit more dramatic in that you go to the doctor and you complain and you complain and you complain and you're not taken serious because you cried wolf the entire pregnancy.
That ain't me, boo. I don't know what you're talking about, but go ahead.
I didn't say you. I just said as African American.
You said Black women. That is her. She's a Black woman. You said a broad statement about Black women and pregnancy and faking and trying to get off work. You said that about Black women. I didn't say you, boo.
Women, we want to also make sure you're being serious with your doctor and not playing the game so I can take you off work. Because then we see you 25 times in the pregnancy. It's hard to believe that there's a true problem when there's a true problem.
First and most importantly, to Black women and mothers, including your friends, families, and the medical community who cares for you. Because my words left you hurt and feeling unsupported, I want you to know I hear you, I see you, I believe you, and I apologize from the bottom of my heart. I am brokenhearted over this. Taking a much needed pause to address comments that I made during.
She is brokenhearted about this. Okay, that link is in my description box. Let's get to the new information about this lawsuit by this white woman. You know how they always go to be the test case to see if they will win or lose in court, and then they will further appeal the ruling. What this is guaranteeing. What this lawsuit is guaranteeing that they will shut down. They're trying to shut down any medical facility that is trying to prevent Black women dying 3 to 4 times more than their white counterparts. Let's be real clear that this bitch don't want to join this obviously worded Black mothers healthcare paternity maternal healthcare facility. No. She is the person who is going to have them going to court time after time and appealing it up into this racist white supremacy Supreme Court and get it overruled that there cannot be any health facilities that concentrate on the doubling of death during pregnancy of Black women. How do I know this? Because you're now on the same week as Black Maternity Health Week was. Guess who was being questioned in by the Senate? Guess who was being questioned then? None other than Robert F. Kennedy, head of the Health and Human Services Department. Do you want to see what he had to say about Black maternity health? Let me share this with you right now. We're going to talk about it. We are going to talk about it. Okay. I do bring you the news. We talked about it when we watch RFK hearing. So let's see.
And I recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is Black Maternal Health Week, so I'll just start there.
So this is Black Maternal Health Week. I'll just start there. This is during Black Maternal Health Week. And this is what RFK Jr. has to say about funding of the prevention of Black mothers, Black pregnant women losing their lives 3 to 4 times more than their white counterparts. Let's be real clear. If you watch my channel, we saw this when it was happening or shortly after it was happening, because y'all know I always have to stop the video to talk my shit. But I'm not going to stop the video at all now. This is going to be linked in my description box as well. Let's remind ourselves the news that you actually get over here.
Secretary Kennedy, I'm sure you're aware that Black women are at least 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women.
Do you know?
The vast majority of those deaths
You
are
didn't know that.
preventable. Black women in my district are more likely to die during pregnancy than their peers in 97% of U.S. cities. Your written testimony mentions maternal and child health 4 times, but from what I've seen, the NIH canceled grants researching Black maternal health. Your administration's fiscal year 27 budget proposes eliminating Healthy Start, which is one of the federal government's primary community-based maternal health programs. And you've made it a priority of HHS to end diversity, equity, and inclusion. So yes or no, my question for you is, if a medical school or a public health school educates students about addressing the Black maternal mortality crisis, would you consider that an illegal DEI?
No.
No, you would not?
No.
Great. I do hope for the medical schools, the universities, and the accreditors, your administration has been threatening that they're watching this and take this directive to continue teaching about and addressing the Black maternal mortality crisis. And I expect your agency to restore and expand funding and support for that work. Also, yes or no, do you think consuming more protein and avoiding Tylenol will prevent Black women from dying 3 times more likely during a pregnancy?
I doubt it. Tylenol doesn't kill
So
you.
then why aren't you putting forth serious policies that actually address the health crises in this country, instead of just these unserious conspiracy theories and this wellness influencer mess that we...
Do you want me to answer that question, or are you just talking?
No, it's a question.
You're doing more on maternal health than any other administration.
No, I said Black maternal health.
On maternal health.
Black maternal health.
That includes Blacks and whites.
But the thing is that they're actually not the same outcomes, which means that we need specific and intentional interventions for Black maternal health and Black and
Can I finish? I'm saying.
Are you going to answer that?
Yeah, we have right now, we've implemented a perinatal pilot project that we're in 220 hospitals around the country. And we have reduced maternal health mortality by 42% of those hospitals by providing them protocols.
Can you please share what the reduction has been for Black maternal health?
Across the board, it's 42%.
But Black maternal health still has worse outcomes than other people.
I wouldn't know. It helps everybody.
But it isn't.
Object to that?
Okay, thank you. It is not. I do want to just, for the record, state that it does not help everyone. Your agency told programs to remove a list of nearly 200 words and phrases from their funding applications, including the word Black. Do you have an idea of how we could solve the Black maternal mortality crisis if we can't say Black?
President Trump is trying to end division in this country, not
not eviction.
During the last 4 years. That's what DEI did. It divided people. It polarized people.
No. We're not talking about eviction. We're talking about healthcare.
I'm calling about DEI.
We're talking about healthcare.
Yeah.
Disparities. So what we're asking is if you attack DE&I and then we have a crisis that impacts one population over another, but you cannot direct specific spending or research or interventions to that population, how do you solve the problem?
Do you think the federal government should be paying for DEI?
I think the federal government has a vested interest in ensuring that its citizens survive childbirth.
Well, we are meeting that obligation.
We are not.
Oh, that I can explain to you how we are.
You have not done so far. But also I would say that, we can improve healthcare for everybody at the same time as helping the people who are most likely to die. That's what DE&I, well, first of all, DE&I makes sure that we have Black doctors or women doctors or that we're talking about the fact that we have a mortality rate that is not matched by any other country as what we would call developed as ours. Really quickly, in yesterday's Ways and Means Committee hearing, you denied saying that every Black kid is now just a standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere else and get reparented. Why did you deny saying this?
Why did I deny payment?
No, why did you deny that you said that every Black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known as to induce violence, and that you would rehome them?
Well, it's largely true that Black kids, because it's easier to handle people, and they
to induce violence, and that you would rehome them?
Well, it's largely true that Black kids, because it's easier to handle people, and they a lot of the public.
And you're going to rehome them?
No, I never said that we should rehome them for illegal drugs. Oh, psychiatric.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Okay, I just wanted to know if that was him.
White woman sues after denied entry into Black health program. I want to do it. California Health Equity Program designed to support Black mothers and birthing individuals now facing a federal discrimination lawsuit after a white woman was denied entry. So they asked for volunteers at the Karen social, and she said, "Oh, I'll do it. I'll say I want entry." April 2nd, Erica Jimenez of Pasadena filed a lawsuit against the California Department of Public Health, alleging it violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination in federally funded programs. Jimenez, whom the Pacific Legal Foundation represents, claims the Black Infant Health, BIH, program denied her access to prenatal and postpartum support services because of her race, citing its race-based enrollment criteria. California's program treats race as a stand-in for need, assuming that only mothers of one race deserve or require the help this program offers, said Andrew Quinio, an attorney with Pacific Legal Foundation, drawing a line around a public health benefit program and saying only certain races may enter is precisely the kind of discrimination the Equal Protection Clause prohibits. Black Infant Health Program, established in 1989 and now partly federally funded, supports pregnant and postpartum Black mothers and birthing people, according to the California Department of Public Health. Created, now let's get to the why, to address disparities linked to racism and socioeconomic stressors. It offers counseling and care to participants 16 and older with no income requirements. The program explicitly focuses on empowering Black women through pregnancy and beyond. And this fiscal year received nearly $24 million in state funding and about $6 million from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Jimenez, who is white with a Spanish surname, applied to Pasadena's BIH program while pregnant in February, but was told she didn't qualify based on race, according to the lawsuit. Despite meeting all other requirements, she was denied access to publicly funded pregnancy and early childhood services benefits the suit claims were withheld solely because of her race. The government should not be in the business of discriminating, said Jimenez, who gave birth to a boy in March. I hope my son can grow up in a state that is more respectful of the Constitution. California has been getting away with a lot of stuff. Well, there could be many more joining this law. more respectful of the Constitution. California has been getting away with a lot of stuff. Well, there could be many more joining this lawsuit. I'll tell you about it. It's asking the court, the lawsuit is, to block California from excluding applicants based on race. If it is certified as a class action suit, then we will be litigating claims on behalf of a group of similarly situated individuals who are all excluded from the program. Quinn said. So the case would have a broader impact and significance to multiple mothers, not just Erica. The relief we seek, which is the elimination of the program's racial barriers, would also apply to all members of the class. So let's unpack it. And maybe I shouldn't have said she volunteered at the Karen social to be the test case for this. So I apologize, maybe. I'm thinking about it. I probably will apologize.
Lord, I'm sorry. My I'm sorry. My mic was off. That all that time. I apologize. Now, you mean to tell me that that's the only place that this woman? She obviously had her baby in March. I assume it must be March of this year. She is filing this lawsuit. We know that they deal with postpartum depression, and we know that this is a program to address the medical and death disparities of Black women, and that's not just Black women. That's Black women and Black children. Because even though I just played with you people who had problems after giving birth, there are a lot of Black women who lose their lives and the lives of their child during during pregnancy, and there are a lot of Black children who have to grow up and live their whole life without having a mother. Talking about the stress that is put on a person, there are also Black children who don't survive their first year. That is also included in this program. And you mean, so she's already had her child. She's not pregnant. Obviously, she's looking for postpartum support. So you mean to tell me in the whole state of California, this white woman cannot find postpartum care in the state of California to the extent that she has to sue an agency that is looking out for Black women who lose their lives 3 to 4 times more frequently than herself, a white woman? Because all of the health advantages that are ignored by Black patients, but it's given to white patients like herself, that she got to sue to get postpartum care in the state of California. See, this shows you what the bullshit is all about. Now, they have opened it up to be more broader reaching. They are opening up to have a class action. They are opening it up to be a big case that will surely be appealed up and into this, in my opinion, racist ass Supreme Court. So are these people are so mad that that they cannot prevent Black people, Black women, and Black children from losing their lives 3 to 4 times more than white people in childbirth? And I disagree. I do believe that she is a Karen that set her ass up here, who wanted to be on. I'm patient zero. I'm going to do all these interviews, and I'm going to sit up here with a straight face and tell you how I'm being discriminated against about a pregnancy program to save the lives of Black people, because I'm a white woman in California and I can't find postpartum care. She may need a postpartum care. They may need to put this bitch in a whole motherfucking straitjacket and lock this hoe up, because she's obviously insane. That's just my opinion. Okay. Thank you, Z Sierra. In Black Maternal Health Week in April, I learned that 80% of these cases are entirely preventable by culturally aware care. I keep telling people how, Sincere said, I keep telling people how racist Cali is. These white people don't want Blacks to have anything at all, including life. It's a mockery. I concur. Straitjacket sounds like a good diagnosis, RonyiQ. Now I want to. Now we're going to get to back to RFK Jr. And what he says, that all Black children need to be taken out of their homes and parented. And he's going to pretend like I never said that. He don't pretend. He says straight out loud. We heard what he had to say in the clip that I just played you. But let's hear him proclaim that this is something that he never said. One more again. Let's hear him lie. The first, I think it was a congressional oversight of the budget, where he was asked the same question, and he said, I never said that. I have never, is what he said. So let me share this line of questioning again. For those of you who was here with me, we went over his testimony and we heard it live, or a little behind, because
in a 2024 podcast interview, you suggested that Black children on ADHD medication should be reparented.
That was Alabama Congresswoman Terry Soule during a House hearing on Thursday. She was pressing Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. over comments he made about reparenting Black kids on ADHD medications.
I doubt that I said that, Fred. No, absolutely. I'm not going to answer something that I didn't say.
You are not a doctor, have no formal medical training, and you've never parented a Black child.
Can I answer something that I never said? I doubt that I had that at all. I doubt that I said that at all. How can I answer for something that I never said?
And yet you are suggesting that the federal government should take Black children away from their families and reparent them and send them off to some wellness farm instead of providing them with evidence-based.
You're just making stuff up.
I am absolutely.
You're just making stuff up. And he sits back with a smug grin on his face. You're just making stuff up. Do you notice what he and Pete Kagbreath do? And do you notice that these dumb Black MAGAs who came out here and told you how Trump policies would be good for you? You heard what he said about the Black maternity death rate. I did something that is better for everyone. It's better for everyone. It's better for everyone, I tell you. Ignoring the whole point of that Black people, Black women are dying at 2 to 3 times more frequently. And also what he did, he said, a president wants to bring the country together. DEI was bringing the country apart. That was his addressing to Black women losing their lives in something as simple as childbirth in the United States of America. If you address it as a Black issue, it can be ignored. You notice when she asked him, "How are we going to address the disparity?" When you put in your agenda that the word Black can't even be used, much less acknowledged, even if it's a healthcare issue that affects Black people. You know why? Because if it only affects Black people, they don't want to address it. They want you to wither on the vine and do like Rudy Giuliani is doing. Let's continue. How can I address something I never said? That's where we are with this.
Absolutely not making this up.
Here he is on the podcast High Level Conversations with 19 Keys when he was running for president.
Psychiatric drugs, which every Black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence. And those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere and get reparented, to live in a community where there'll be no cell phones, no screens. You'll actually have to talk to people.
Now, despite Kennedy's comments, research suggests that across all mental health conditions, Black children tend to be less likely to receive treatment compared with white children, including antidepressants. And some experts say these drugs may be associated with irritability, but not necessarily violence. And every patient is different. But Kennedy's comments, they raise questions around his views on medicine, mental health, and race.
Even today, Black children are removed from their homes at higher rates than white children, not because of their greater harm, but because of longstanding bias and built-in institutionalism. For you to suggest that Black families are not capable of raising their own children is deeply offensive. In a 2024 podcast interview, you suggested that Black children on ADHD medication should be reparented.
That was Alabama Congresswoman Terry Soule during.
Okay, look at him chewing his lip because he said it. Look at him looking like a scared or fucked up, wrinkled up rat chewing on his own lip as he's listening to her. Look at this disgusting individual, in my opinion. All right. I think that is all that I have for you guys today. The ceasefire with Iran has exploded and the war has begun again. Let's hear the war has begun again. Breaking news with Aaron Paranis.
We had breaking developments this afternoon regarding Iran. The ceasefire has seemingly exploded this afternoon. According to the Washington Post, Iran has fired on various U.S. ships, commercial and warships. CNN is now reporting that according to a UAE source, strikes on Iran by either the United States, Israel, or both is set to resume in the next 24 hours. It comes today as Iran has targeted the United Arab Emirates, launching several missiles at the UAE, according to its Ministry of Defense, and striking an oil refinery in the UAE. The ceasefire is effectively null and void, although the United States thus far is not saying that. But Iran is launching missiles again. Iran opened fire on U.S. warships. U.S. warships fired back. Now, why is all this happening? It's because Donald Trump is, in a lot of ways, started it by doing his Operation Project Freedom, trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz, guiding ships through without getting Iranian permission. And now...
And Iran already told them. He said the same thing that he said Friday, that they are going to escort ships through. But then they came back this morning and they said that they are basically not going to escort them, but they are going to tell them how to get through. And Iran came out this morning and said, let a motherfucking ship come through here, and we blowing it up. And so there goes your United States again, and they are going to try to blame this on Iran, and here we go again.
The war is about to begin again. Spread the word, follow for more. We have breaking development.
Okay. There was something that I was initially going to play for you, actually, about what this back and forth, that what Iran had already told the United States. This is something that the United States already knew would happen. Because how did they already knew it was going to happen? Because Iran told them, if this is what you do, here's what we are going to do. So it is not like America did not know. If they started telling these people to go through the Strait of Hormuz, that Iran had already said that they would be striking these ships. So let's be real clear. Hold on. Let me give you that. So you would know. Where is it? Mm-hmm. Now, also, Vladimir Zelensky has told Trump, if he continues to reward Russia and let Russia get rich off of the sanctions that he has lifted in Russia, Zelensky said that he is partnering with the European Union states, and that he's not kowtowing to any more of the bullshit that Donald Trump has been doing. So let's see. Trump has a disaster landing as Iran gives a dire warning. This is the one that I want to share with you. Here it is, right here. Verbally boasting that we act like pirates. The we he speak of Donald Trump is saying we, the American people, act like pirates, and he's acting like, oh, that's so cute. Oh, we're out there acting like pirates. Do you see what we doing out there? The we, that's what he meant. He's brazenly boasting. This is Trump saying we act like pilots, meaning the Americans and their military. Well, isn't it your responsibility to do it? Because it's because you were so inept at creating these strikes on the country that you have not explained to anybody to any satisfactory point why we are over there in the first motherfucking place fucking with them people. And it had we are all aware that it has already been presented to you in that dumb Pete keg breath that that could be one of the things that would happen, that they would block the port of Hormuz. I mean, the Strait of Hormuz. So exactly why did you decide to continue to go in and act like, oh, we never thought that they would do that? Well, that shows that you are stupid. You didn't think that they would do that. You were told that they would do that by the thinking people in the military. But you want to pretend like they are doing something to us. We attacked them. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They're fighting back. That's what they're supposed to do. As if we were struck by another nation, that's what we're supposed to do. Fight back. But we are not supposed to be told to what nation to strike by Benjamin Netanyahu, and we have no fucking skin in the fucking game. And it has also been reported that the president and Pete Kegbreath have been lying. They have been lying to the extent of damages that it has cost us. Of course, we know that. Oh, okay. This link is in my description box. Let me see if there's anything else. Let me see. Okay. Here is this stupid man holding up Uno cards, talking about we have all the cards. And Ron Filipkowski said, in Uno, that means you are losing. Uno is the object of the Uno game is to not have all the cards. But then here is Iran telling them, yes, we have less cards. Like they understand the game of Uno. We have less cards, but we have a straight too. Is what they tell them. Okay, so the foolish Trump. Now let's see what Zelensky is blasting Trump about. Hold on. Thank you again for your attention to this message. Vladimir, what is his name? Vladimir Zelensky. Now, let's be real clear. It has been reported that Russia is working with Iran and as well as China. Let's make it clear that in those hearings that you heard me play, one of the things that they were asking, why is it that keg breath, they asked that of keg breath, and they asked it of Russell Vogt over the Office of Management and Budget when they had them in front of their committee, budget oversight committees. They asked them all, why haven't you given the $400 million to Ukraine yet? And they all came up with excuses, and we're figuring out how to do this. And you're trying to figure out something that that the United States have been doing for years. So let's be real clear. Let's be real clear that Zelensky had come to America, was humble, and they are clowning him in the Oval Office, trying to make a fool out of him. But how the tables have turned, that the United States have blown off all of these munitions, all of these $1 million assets that they have blown away and have no impact on Iran at all. And Vladimir Zelensky said, well, hey, we're fighting off Russia with these $30,000 what do you call them things? With these $30,000 drones. We're creating our own drone systems. You know, the drone system that 4547 has given a Pentagon contract to his sons who have never worked in the drone business with drones. But they were like, we don't want your drone systems. We don't want your drone system. We just want Pete Keg Breath to blow away money. So there's that. Are we going to also pretend like you don't feel World War III-ish coming on? Do you not feel who is the United States allies? It is not the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians said, fuck you and what you talking about. It is not even the Russians that your president is kowtowing to. We know it's not China. We know it's not the Middle East. In fact, we know that they promised all of these nations that they had built military bases in Qatar, in Yemen, in Bahrain, and UAE, all of these places, all of those military installments have been ruined and have made all of these countries in the Middle East a target to the extent that I believe it's Saudi Arabia is allegedly trying to hook up with China to get protection from China. So let's not forget that Saudi Arabia has given the Trumps and their in-laws, Jared Kushner, billions of dollars, thinking that it will usher in some protection from them. So what do you think is going to happen now? Who is going to help the United States now? As y'all, some of the dumb, uneducated Trump voters clap like seals with every lie that comes out of this administration, but not seeing the exact peril that our nation is in. So Zelensky, he's like, hey, us in this European Union, who y'all bragging about, yeah, we making them pay for those weapons that they giving Zelensky. But y'all are the ones who need what Zelensky got to sell. Y'all are the ones who need something to protect yourselves over there in Iran. You know, you need something to protect yourselves the way you left all of those military service members unprotected, and they came out and told that y'all left all these military members unprotected. Y'all didn't have no drones even to protect the military man while y'all giving Trump's sons drone contracts in Pentagon drone contracts. Let's keep it a buck. So who is America's ally? Who is America's ally? Israel isn't their own ally. They get America to do all their dirty work as they get America to start a war, and then they go over there and invade another country and try to suck up land for the Greater Israel Project. So who is America's ally? Have you seen the Israeli fighting side by side with us in this Iranian thing? No. What what the Israeli did is try to fuck up the first ceasefire, which included Israel not striking Syria. And after they agreed on that, Benjamin Netanyahu came out and then said, "Oh, I'm so glad that they have reached a ceasefire agreement, but Syria is not included in that agreement." So understand that Benjamin Netanyahu was not included in that agreement. But once the agreement was made, Benjamin Netanyahu, who is invading Syria, had the audacity to congratulate this president on his ceasefire, and at the same time told him that Syria was not a part of the agreement, in which, in fact, Syria wasn't part of the agreement. Make that make sense. So who is our ally? I want to know, all of these Trump fools, who is America's ally? And what is really going on? This is a repositioning of what do they call it? The New World Order. The world order is being repositioned. Let's be real clear about what is going on right now. And at the same time, he's trying to keep your eye off the fact that he's fucking up the whole American empire. And then at the same time, he is making sure that he keeps America in line with all the NSPM 7 rules and all of this. Report your American citizens for being anti-Christian, anti-capitalism, anti all of this bullshit. At the same time, they're building all of these warehouses that can hold up to 15,000 people all across this country. But y'all think that they're doing that for immigrants. Y'all think they're doing that for undocumented immigrants. Is that what you think? When they tell you that immigration is at a zero standstill in this country, y'all think they building that for immigrants? Where are all these black Trumpers? Where are these black Trumpers? When you should have kept your mouth shut, you didn't. But now when it's time, when people want to talk to you dumb motherfuckers, you're hiding. All of these motherfuckers who try to pretend that they are so bourgeois. They're just dummies. They're just dummies, insecure dummies who need to pretend like they are something that they are not and will never be. Okay, let's move on, shall we? I think we need to move on. There is one more thing that I also want to share with you. Did y'all hear about my boy Adam Mockler? How this Trump sycophant had the audacity to curse out Adam Mockler on CNN. You know, Adam Mockler, I have been following him since he started going to the Trump rallies, asking just regular questions, not trying to be obnoxious, not trying to get a got you moment. He would interact with them and ask them questions and just let them say they stupid answers. And then he would say, well, you know, X, Y, and Z is actually the fact of the matter. And they be, oh, no, it ain't. Oh, you know, he would go there and have conversations with the people on the Trump rally. And he has gained prominence. He is creating his own news cycle. So they start asking Adam Mockler to come on CNN with this fucking stupid ass Scott Jennings, who sits up there and want to argue with women, want to talk all over people when it's their turn to talk, want to be the only voice in the room, and CNN pays him royally for that. He is on there damn near more than Abby Phillips, the host of the show, and that's not the only show he is on all the time. CNN is paying this fool royally. And so Adam Mockler asked him a question while he's talking about, oh, we're winning in this war. And he said, well, can you name one concession that we have gotten from Iran? And this motherfucker went off like he was some fool. Get your fucking hand out of my face. Now, you know how they actually had 5 people on the panel. Usually they have 4 people on the panel. So the seats were closer than they are. If you're someone who expressed yourself with your hand, it wasn't like Adam Mockler had his hands in his face and trying to be antagonistic with him. He was directly asking him a simple question that Scott Jennings could not answer, and then cursed on CNN. And the funny part about it is, your FCC chair, you know, we can do it. They take Jimmy Kimmel off air. We can do it the easy way, or we can do it the hard way. That motherfucking fool, he commented under a comment on X saying the F word on cable is not against FCC laws. And then someone came under his comment and says, what about smacking a person? So now a person is addressing the FCC chair who actually has no standing over what happens on cable. That's why he said saying fuck you on cable has nothing to do with the FCC watch group, the FCC ability to find a channel. That's what I'm trying to say. So because it is cable, so why are you commenting on it anyway? Nobody said, hey, Brendan Carr, whatever you're called, Brendan Carr, why is CNN going to get in trouble? Nobody asked you directly, but he just chose to chime in. Let's be real clear. And then when he said there is no charge or something that the FCC can do about someone cursing on cable, because the FCC covers regular TV, not cable TV. Then somebody goes under and said, what about somebody smacking somebody? Now, we have gone to Scott Jennings telling Adam Mockler for no reason other than he could not answer a question that would satisfy his bullshit that he's trying to put out about the United States winning this Iranian war. So then he goes to asking, what if Scott Jennings, I assume, was to have smacked Adam Mockler? And then Brendan Carr comes back and says, oh, there's no law against that either. So all these motherfuckers, this want to play like he's a gangster motherfucker, put himself in the conversation that had nothing to do with him and the FCC, and instead of just staying above the fray. Oh no, he can't. Because he want to act like he's a little gangster. I bet you if somebody square up with him, he run like a bitch. But he playing gangster as the FCC chair. He is all so powerful. And then he's going to tell somebody, he's going to answer somebody who is actually posing assault. He's actually posing, no, the FCC would not have anything to rule against somebody, but a federal prosecutor may. So why are you answering about, oh, well, no, the FCC wouldn't have anything to do with that either. So you are entertaining assault going on CNN because the FCC doesn't have anything to do with it. It never dawned on Brendan Carr that he is involving himself in agreeing that people who are the right, they want to pretend like the left wings are lunatics and all of this. And here you go, a bitch over the FCC is talking about assault as if it would be okay to win an argument that you cannot otherwise win by having a verbal debate. It would be okay, and the FCC would have no care if you assaulted somebody. Make that make sense. So this is what's going on in your government. Now let me Scott Jennings can't win for losing. I don't want to play all of this. I will play the Adam Mockler, and there was another guy. I forget his name. the black gentleman, Isaiah someone, who got the best of Scott Jennings as well, asking real simple questions. You think that these people, these young people, are, and I think he's a Gen Zer too. You think that they are cursing these lying MAGA pundits out? They are doing no such thing. They're asking them plain, simple questions that leaves them dumbfounded and silent, or cursing them out in their response to being stupid motherfuckers who are holding stupid positions that they cannot uphold with facts. Let's get into it. So they were talking about Melania. I think Jimmy should be fired from his job. He should be pulled from the air. Melania and Donald Trump calling for Jimmy Kimmel to be fired. Now they're discussing that. Oh, well, maybe he should apologize. Jimmy Kimmel should apologize because he insinuated that Melania Trump will outlive Donald Trump. What? Apologize for what? He insinuated that Melania Trump will outlive Donald Trump. Therefore, he should apologize. And this man, Isaiah, I forget his last name, says, hey, can you name a time when Trump has apologized for anything that he said? Let's be clear. This is the same Trump that said Robert Mueller died and I don't care, some crass thing. This is the same guy who, when Rob Reiner his wife lost his life to their son taking their life. He said, oh, who cares? He probably had Trump derangement syndrome. This is the same person that when Nancy Pelosi husband was beaten across the head with a hammer, he made jokes about that. This is the same person that made jokes about that scientist who was very intelligent but had a physical disability, and he would tuck his wings, his arms up like he had wings and things, and about someone who is way more intelligent than him. Let's understand that the question is, should Jimmy Kimmel apologize? Let's see how this work out. Okay. Here come this raccoon. You give me an example of someone's spouse, Nancy Pelosi, and he's still gonna keep on going. He also made a joke that the attacker of Paul Pelosi and Nancy Pelosi, the husband, were in a gay love affair. Let's be real clear. And look at this motherfucker. Can you give me an example when someone said something about someone's spouse? And now he's all quiet. I see, it's the bullshit for me. It's the bullshit. We're talking about violence. We're talking about violence that these people say that is so occurs only on the left. And people are trying to act like this is a real thing. Well, let me tell you, one thing is a real thing about it. They are actually amping up your government and detention centers as if it's a real thing. You notice that in this manifesto from the alleged person who ran through the security gates at the White House Correspondent Dinner, because that's all I saw him do. You notice that they said that, he was at a No Kings rally. Like that is something that you could be, oh God, that explains a lot of all of the millions of people at the No Kings rally. Why do you think that it just so happens us to say something about a No Kings rally and these manifestos that these people are allegedly writing? But you see, when they go in the room and get their gun, a dog alert to him, and a motherfucking cop looks at him the whole while he's in there, up and until the point he's about to run out with a loaded rifle, allegedly an alleged loaded rifle, and nothing is done to stop him. He's looking in the closet from the time he goes into the closet till the time he gets ready to leave, and nothing's done to him. Give me a fucking break. Give me a motherfucking break. These left lunatics. You have that stupid bitch, Eric, in my opinion, Erica Kirk out here. That's why, he's a teacher. He's indoctrinating our children, as they want a Turning Point USA to be in every college and every high school. But she's talking about who's indoctrinating our children. He's a teacher. He's what is this? He is a mechanical engineer. But she don't want to tell you that. She wants to tell you he's a teacher. He's not a teacher. He actually works with students to up their test scores when they're taking the SAT scores and things like that. He's a teacher. He's more like a advanced tutor to students. But she wants to tell you he's a teacher. And she wants to indoctrinate people in high school and tell them, as soon as you get out of high school, get married and knock up somebody and get married. But she ain't gonna tell you you're not gonna be able to find a job that's gonna sustain you if you were single, much less you if you are married, much less you if you are married and with a kid. She ain't gonna tell you that. Because billionaires are just pile money onto Charlie Kirk to deliver this bullshit racist messages that he was sending out to these young, undeveloped, weak, unexperienced minds. But it's these teachers that are indoctrinating you, and nobody is asking any more questions about this alleged assailant that was at the White House Correspondent Dinner, who they are not even allowing to talk to his lawyer privately without other people milling around who can hear the conversations that he's having with his lawyer, which a judge has deemed to be against his Sixth Amendment right. So, it's a lot. Okay, let's continue this. Oh, you ain't got nothing to say now? All of this moving your mouth, or what happened when has anybody ever said anything to someone's spouse, and now when you are told what you already know, now you sitting up there mulling them big lips around your mouth and saying absolutely nothing. You bitch. Everybody makes that joke. Do everybody? No, everybody don't make that joke. Everybody, this is a bunch of bullshit. Okay, let's get to the Adam. No, let's get back to him. Isaiah Martin. Now he's going to deny that he's never voted for Trump. And Jimmy Kimmel can't be man enough to apologize. Apologize for what? No, he shouldn't have to apologize for a joke. That's who they start coming after under the Third Reich. Comedians came first. And this Geraldo Rivera, who tries to make a joke of it, it's kind of like that Nazi rally, that big Nazi fight on my channel. And then he goes on Chris Cuomo's show on News Nation, and first he said that Adam didn't do anything wrong. Well, we don't need your permission to tell us what Adam did or did not do wrong. Everybody is able to see what Adam did, and he goes on Chris Cuomo's show and said, Adam, he was being a little dick. He was being a little dick. But you tried to make a joke of it when Scott Jennings was inappropriate. They always try to tell Adam Mockler he's up past his bedtime and he's a kid and this, that, and the other, because they cannot answer what he is exactly talking about. You know, the favorite thing that the Republicans, the dumb Republicans do, the whataboutism, and how come you not talking about, how come you not, because when they cannot answer what you actually are talking about, the whataboutism dummies. Let's check this out. Honestly, I'm not gonna have this man's. His hand was not in his face. Okay. I wanted to show you guys that. I just wanted to show you guys that. But these are the people we are supposed to take seriously. Okay, let's go. That link is in my description box. Let me get to the racism. Let me get to the racism. The overt racism that people pretend like they don't see. Let me share this with you. Let's go here, shall we? Here we go. Let me show you Jesse Dolomar is talking about Hakeem Jeffries and the Somalians being struck with a whole bunch of racism as 4547 went on his lying tour in Florida this weekend.
Imbibe in the vile, disgusting.
The hell, what a phony.
Over the weekend, Donald Trump went on an anti-black racism bender. Doesn't drink, but he sure does love to imbibe in the vile, disgusting gutter racism that we've come to be comfortable with Donald Trump, most of the country. This time he's attacking Hakeem Jeffries, of course, and also gave a little speech where he went again on an anti-black rant about Somalia. And I want to impose upon you before we get to that clip, and even before I get to these posts on True Social. And with Donald Trump, a lot of people just consider when he criticizes Somalia that it's just a president criticizing another country. It is rooted 100% absolutely in anti-black racism that he traffics in just about every other facet of his life and governance. In the execution of his duties as president of the United States, many of the decisions are rooted in how much suffering and oppression and harassment he can deliver downrange to Black Americans. Let's start with this, calling Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader of the House of Representatives, some believe the next Speaker of the House when Democrats take over, a thug. We all know what this is coded as language-wise. He says low IQ Democrat minority leader Hakeem Jeffries is nothing but a thug, and he is a danger to our country, President Donald J. Trump. Now, choosing this particular photo was a choice. He didn't just Google Hakeem Jeffries and download the first image and post that one. It's Hakeem Jeffries holding a baseball bat. Donald Trump has been photographed in the Oval Office holding and swinging a baseball bat before. Does that make him a thug? This is racism. This was at on May 1st, 11:13 p.m., living rent-free in Donald Trump's head. What followed the next day, Hakeem Jeffries, a low IQ, that's also a choice. A low IQ individual said our Supreme Court is illegitimate. After saying such a thing, isn't he subject to impeachment? I got impeached for a perfect phone call. Where are you, Republicans? Why not get it started? They'll be doing this to me, President Donald J. Trump.
Wah, wah, wah.
This is Donald Trump calling Hakeem Jeffries low IQ while calling on the Congress to impeach Hakeem Jeffries, which is not in their purview. It is not, you can't impeach. Members of Congress are not subject to impeachment. But Hakeem Jeffries is the low IQ one. Donald Trump, a man who raised his right hand on multiple occasions and swore to protect and defend and support this Constitution, has no understanding of what is in the Constitution. Article 2, Section 4 of that Constitution states, the president, vice president, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. That's not Congress. Donald Trump is he is an Olympic athlete at throwing stones while living in a glass house. as he just lobs the stones from the glass house, calling others what he is: low IQ, an idiot, a moron, a daft fuck, if you will. If you want to get crass, his speech over the weekend, garnering hoots and hollers and all kinds of applause lines from this racist crowd, as he goes on again, an anti-black racism bender, talking about Somalia and then drilling down, boiling that hate down to rest squarely on the shoulders of Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Watch this, and we will bring receipts and talk about just how projection, again, throwing stones while living in a glass house. Watch this.
I mean, look at the wonderful country. It's a beautiful country. You should try it sometime. Somalia. It's a beautiful place. It's got no government. It's got no military. It's got no anything. It's got one thing that's really strong: crime. It's got a lot of crime. They have no police. All they do is run around shooting each other. It's filthy dirty, disgusting dirty. It's a horrible place. They come here, and Ilhan Omar, you ever hear of her? She heads it. And think of it. They have nothing but crime, poverty, pollution. Everything is horrible over there. Nothing good. They say it's the worst country anywhere in the world, that we got some beauties out there, but it's the worst. And then she comes here from Somalia, and she tells us how to run the United States of America. She says, the Constitution gives me certain rights, And I demand that I be given these rights. Get the hell out. What a phony. And then she married a brother to come in. I don't know, you're not. But I would imagine they're looking at her. I have nothing to do with it. I would imagine. Of course, I have nothing to do. I have nothing, but I believe she married her brother, which is totally illegal. Although it's a lovely couple, actually, but it's a little bit on the illegal side. Darling, I love you very much. Good night, brother. Let's go to bed. Good night. Isn't she despicable? I can't stand watching her. I can't stand. Did you see last month, she accidentally checked the wrong box. It said she was worth $38 million. And law enforcement came after her for that. And then all of a sudden, she was worth less than $80,000. And she said it was accounting. It was an accounting error. That was not a very good accountant, was it? Huh? No. Their whole life is based on fraud and a scam. The whole thing is a scam. And we ought to get those people the hell out of our country.
Again, low IQ, right? Low IQ. It's got no.
Again, look at the pot calling the kettle black. How? It's all the black Somalians. They are the fraudsters. It's okay for white people to steal and enrich their families, their friends, their associates, but God forbid that we find a group of black or brown people who are doing far less stealing than we are. We are stealing in the billions, but hey, do you, boo?
No anything. It's got no anything. Yeah. All they do is run around and shoot each other. I know people who are afraid to travel into the United States because of the threat of gun violence in this country. And he wants to project and act like Somalia has some unique problem with guns and crime. Yeah. The other thing, and the thing I really want to talk about here, is his telling this lie about Ilhan Omar marrying her brother. And in true tossing rocks from glass houses, Donald Trump is projecting. The same Donald Trump who has talked sexually about his infant daughter, Tiffany, in an interview with Robin Leach and the lifestyles of the rich and famous.
Not only his infant daughter, we saw the numerous of times that he even said that he would be having sexual relationships with Ivanka if she wasn't his daughter. Who says that on national TV? Who thinks that? Who thinks to say that on national TV? Oh my God.
Postulating, wondering, prognosticating, making guesses. We're going to wait and see what kind of tits my baby daughter Tiffany has.
Back in 1994, host Robin Leach asked about their daughter Tiffany, who was then just a year old.
Now, Donna, what does Tiffany have of yours and what does Tiffany have of Marla's?
Well, I think that she's got a lot of Marla. She's really a beautiful baby, and she's got Marla's legs. We don't know whether or not she's got this part yet, but time will tell.
But keep talking about Ilhan Omar. Keep lying about Ilhan Omar marrying her brother while you talk sexually about your infant daughter, you fucking pedophile. That's not it. We know Donald Trump has talked in great detail in the White House to staffers about what it would be like to have sex with Ivanka. I've done videos about this. But CNN put together a very alarming montage of all the times that Donald Trump has sexualized Ivanka, lusted after Ivanka, desired sexually Ivanka, talked about if she were not my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. And again, just like I've said in the past, we all can speak and think about this like adults. He's not talking about going down to the soda fountain and getting a malt and sharing a milkshake or a banana split with Ivanka. He's talking about having sex with her. I'd be dating her means he wants to bang Ivanka. And it's not the first or only time he's talked about this, talked like this about her. Watch this.
Thank you, everyone. Donald Trump has every right to be proud of his daughter. Ivanka is a successful, Ivy League educated businesswoman, author, and mother. She's now helping run his campaign and introduced her father at the Republican convention. Yet at times, his fatherly praise is downright cringeworthy, like on The View in 2006.
I said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Stop it! Oh, it's so weird. Stop. You know what? You are sick.
Far from protecting his daughter from being talked about as a sex object, he has encouraged it multiple times on Howard Stern's radio show in 2004 and then again in 2006.
By the way, your daughter,
she's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous. She's tall. She's almost 6 feet tall.
In May, Ivanka described herself as a feminist while defending her father on CBS after a scathing New York Times article about his alleged negative treatment of women.
Is there unending commentary on the female form?
No. I've known my father, obviously, my whole life, and he has total respect for women.
Please welcome the lovely Ivanka Trump.
Still,
it's funny. It's funny that this piece is with Norah O'Donnell. And he called her, "Oh, you're disgusting. You're a disgusting individual. I can't believe you said that. You're disgusting. I knew you would say it." Oh, it is so ironic. That is who's sitting up there hearing this load of bullshit. And then she kissed his ass after he told her how disgusting she really is. Norah O'Donnell.
Please welcome the lovely Ivanka Trump.
Still, even Ivanka seemed confused when talk show host Wendy Williams asked about things the two have in common.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
Donald Trump has always been proud of his daughter.
I'd call collect to his office. I was probably, 10 years old. He would pick up the phone every single time, and he'd put me on speakerphone. It wouldn't be a long conversation. He'd introduce me to whoever was in his office.
And he was front row when Ivanka took to the catwalk during her short-lived career as a fashion model. Still, Donald Trump repeatedly points out how hot his daughter is, saying last year in a Rolling Stone article, Yeah, she's really something, and what a beauty, that one. If I weren't happily married and, her father.
My daughter, Ivanka.
Yeah.
She's 6 feet tall. She's got the best body.
Yeah, she's hot.
So maybe the lie about Ilhan Omar marrying her brother is to make us forget, is to initiate in us focus on Ilhan rather than Donald Trump and the sick, perverted, criminal tendencies and proclivities that he has toward his biological daughter. And Republicans are...
Never forget. Let's move on. Let's move on. There is one more thing. Emergency. Did you know that your president has announced to the Republican states that they should cancel their elections? We do know that Louisiana Governor Landry said that they are going to stop their elections, even though they have already started. They have sent out the mail-in ballots, and I think they started voting maybe today. So your president has put out a sign that he wants all Republican states to stop their election process and rewrite all their maps. So because the Democrats said that, hey, if that's what the Supreme Court wants, this is what they'll get. All the Democrat states will rewrite their maps to make them blue states only. Now, only California, I think, has seriously considered that, and how many seats that to make all of the California seats in the state are blue seats, and I think they would. I can't remember how many seats they would win. A huge number of seats if they redrew their map in California to make it all blue. So they said that the governor Spitzer, whatever his name. The governor of Illinois is thinking about doing it. They said the governor of New York City said she is going to check into it. I don't understand. Listen, you fucking give these Republican and politicians and these Democrat politicians the same shovel, and only thing the Democrats can seem to do is dig a hole around themselves that will become a pool what they will drown in. But goddamn it, the motherfucking Republicans, they will dig a hole for the Democrats to be buried in. All the time. They're going to do what they say they're going to do, by hook or by crook. And now when you get a chance to do the same thing they're doing, the Democrats got to think about it. We got to think about it. They would not sign the Democrat-led bill that said that they will quit all gerrymandering. They couldn't get one Republican to sign that bill. This is prior to all of this stuff happening. They wanted to create boards in every state that would create the maps for the elections. But not one Republican would sign on to that bill. So, what's the question? What's the questions, Democrat? What is the question, Democrat states? The fuck we doing here? And that's why people are sick of you fucking do-nothing motherfucking Democrats. That's the reason. That's the fucking problem. If we're going to fight the fight, fight a good fight. We're not going to fight a good fight with holding one hand behind our backs. Motherfucker, ain't even nothing tying your hand behind your back. You better hold both of your hands up and motherfucking set up and get ready for this motherfucking fight. That's why you motherfuckers are so beholden to big money yourselves. That's why that you guys are exactly another reason why the United States of America is so fucked up, because you care about yourselves. You care about your seats. You don't care about the people you represent. If you would fucking pose up and you would fight. But some of you would rather switch than fight. Ain't that what Malcolm X said? Y'all rather be a whore for money than fight for your constituents. Anyway, let's get into this. 4547 is telling states to stop voting.
Breaking news about the 2026 midterms and future elections. Donald Trump is openly panicking that he and his party are headed for defeat in
Hold on 1 second.
Unfortunately, we begin the day with some alarming major breaking news about the 2026 midterms and future elections. Donald Trump is openly panicking that he and his party are headed for defeat in November if the midterms are anything close to approaching a fair fight. So now he's publicly ordering Republican governors and Republican state legislatures to cancel their elections. Cancel their elections, even if they're already in progress, which many are, in order to go back and redraw the voting maps, to rig the voting maps and thus the elections in favor of the Republicans by taking seats away from the Democrats. And folks, at least one red state is already complying. Louisiana, they issued a state of emergency to cancel an election that was already in progress. Ballots had gone out and been returned, and they are canceling those elections in Louisiana in order to redraw the voting maps in favor of Trump and the Republican Party. And Trump is trying to get all other red states to do this. This is a 5-alarm fire. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe.
Let's be real clear. Louisiana did this before even Trump asked him to do it. The morning that the Supreme Court ruling came down that they have scrubbed Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, that complaint was filed about the Louisiana map. Let's be real clear. Before Trump ever asked the red states to redraw their maps, Louisiana, Landry, you look at my video that I have Clarence Thomas on the thumbnail, being an electioneer, overseeing the election and doing a poll tax on 2 black citizens and rigging the poll tax, which asks how many pickles are in this jar, holding their ballots above their heads for the poll tax to answer how many pickles are in this jar. There are 3 pickles in the jar, and split screen. He says wrong answer. There are only 2 pickles in this jar. As you see him throw their ballots away and reach in and get a pickle out of the jar. So obviously they answered there were 3 pickles, which was in the first picture, but there are only 2 pickles in the second picture because Clarence Thomas is eating the 3rd pickle. Thus, we're back to poll tax in the United States of America. A whole bunch of fuckery to be able to vote, to the extent that they have no shame. The Louisiana had no shame, but for canceling an election, talking about a national security or some bullshit. The only reason they are canceling the election is to rig the election, which tells you that they understand thoroughly and completely they are losers. But what are they doing to help you live your life? What are they doing to make sure that you have food, money, things that you need during this fucking economy that is out of control, especially in that poor ass state of Louisiana? They're not doing nothing to ensure you're okay, but they're doing everything they can to make sure that they're okay. So let's finish this.
Subscribe and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, first I want to refer you to this article by Democracy Docket, which is Mark Elias's outfit. And Mark Elias is doing superhuman work trying to fight Republican election rigging and election stealing and gerrymandering across the country. So make sure you are subscribed to Democracy Docket as well. As they write,
Make sure you subscribe to Mark Elias's. He is the one attorney that is going across this nation and fighting these cases in actual court. He is part of the Midas Touch Network. Please go over and support his channel and support the Democracy Docket. I will drop that in my link as well. This link is in my description box as well under Stop the Vote. Let's continue.
Right, Trump issues demand that states cancel elections and rig maps for the GOP after Calais. After the Supreme Court gutted a key provision in the Voting Rights Act, Donald Trump insisted over the weekend that Republicans should rig political maps in their favor ahead of the upcoming midterms, even if that means scrapping active investigations. In his latest alarming outburst on social media, Trump said Sunday that the Supreme Court's 6-3 decision in Louisiana v. Calais required states to redraw their electoral maps, claiming that races held under current maps would be unconstitutional. So this is the tweet. He says, "We cannot allow there to be an election that is conducted unconstitutionally simply for the convenience of state legislatures. If they have to vote twice, so be it. If people have to vote twice, so be it. If you have to cancel votes that have already been returned, so be it. If people can't ultimately vote as a consequence of this, so be it. We should demand that state legislatures do what the Supreme Court says must be done. That's more important than administrative convenience. The byproduct is that the Republicans will receive more than 20 House seats in the upcoming midterms." So again, he's being very transparent.
If people can't vote, so be it. They pretend like they care so much about your vote. But what you see, he does care about how many House seats can be won if they rig the maps. So be it. You dumb motherfuckers wanted to sit out and talk about how Trump policies will be good for black people. You're quiet now. You ain't got shit to say now. You ain't got shit to say that your sons and daughters and your loved ones will be automatically enlisted into the service. You ain't got nothing to say now that you see that this ignorant administration does not care about the lives of your son and daughters that they are enlisting in the service. Everybody's all quiet now. Well, this is all I got to say. I am going to end with this. Check out all the links I have in my description box. If you are watching on the small screen, if you're watching on your telephone, make sure you review this video on the regular YouTube because I have linked some products that I think that you may be able to use in the near future. Something like solar generators, things that collect potable water so you can have some water. I think that it is time for Americans to stop listening to dumb bitches who are begging of you to bring them, give them things that they should be able to supply for themselves, and who offer you nothing but regurgitated shit. I have been around here and I have been warning people for a long time that it is time for us as a people to get our houses in order, because we know where we've been, but we never know where we are going. So therefore, if you take this advice, take it. If you don't, so be it. But there are links to things that you are going to most likely need sometime in the near future. If you don't think you're going to need it, why you think all of these rich people are building bunkers? Okay, do with it as you will.
Transparent. This is about getting 20 seats in the midterms. He lays it all out. There's no speculation. There's no inference. He just says the quiet part out loud. I'll also note the convenience. When the Supreme Court occasionally rules against them, as they did with tariffs, Trump suggests that the court is illegitimate and partisan and bought by foreign interests and should be ignored. Now he says everybody should obey the Supreme Court, right? Because it's politically convenient for him. The Supreme Court's decision all but vacated a provision in the VRA restricting racial gerrymandering and racial discrimination in voting by declaring Louisiana's congressional map, which included 2 majority black districts, unconstitutional. In response to the court's decision, Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry declared an emergency and halted ongoing U.S. House primaries in the state to allow the GOP-controlled legislature to enact a new gerrymander before the midterms. Beyond Louisiana, the ruling has also triggered an onrush of Republican redistricting efforts in Alabama, Mississippi, South Carolina, and Tennessee, all of which are aimed at wiping out black political power. In his post, Trump did not clarify that redistricting after Calais would largely benefit the GOP only through the elimination of majority-minority districts across the southern states, which would dramatically diminish minority representation in Congress. Facing disastrous polling ahead of the midterms, Trump and the GOP have turned to politically gerrymandering electoral maps in their favor. The Supreme Court's ruling last week likely made that much easier, though Democrats have vowed to respond with political gerrymanders of their own. So again, he says, if you have to issue states of emergency, so be it. If you have to cancel active elections that are ongoing, so be it. If it screws over the voters, so be it. We need to steal 20 seats in order to avoid losing because we can't win on the merits. That's Trump's logic. Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom, during an interview with Brian Tyler Cohen, friend of the show recently, was asked about this, and he weighed in on what Louisiana decided to do. Remember, it's dangerous enough coming as an order from the President of the United States, but at least one state has already effectively complied with that order. So we are seeing the results in effect, and we could see more as well. Let's hear from Governor Newsom.
For things to change, you have to change. We have to change. So our approach has to be even more aggressive than we even could have imagined just days ago, not only weeks ago. So look, going forward, this is going to have profound and consequential impact on the map in this country. And obviously the impact to the Black community is off the charts. Yeah. The reality is we don't know yet how consequential it will be for the 2026 election, but we do know with some certainty that there's upwards of 19 or so seats conceivably that they can take back by 2028. But what Landry did, to your point, is jaw-dropping. Talk about not normal. The guy suspended the election. He declared a state of emergency to suspend an election where they had already sent the ballots.
Because God forbid Black people get to vote for their preferred candidate in their district.
To take one or two districts to get rid of Black minority districts. Think about that. In the South in 2025, not 19 or 20. I mean, 19. I mean, this is literally two districts conceivably to eliminate Black representation, suspends the election on May 16th. After literally ballots were sent overseas into the military, people were starting to vote. They're starting this weekend, more formally, at early voting. And we're going on with the rest of our lives. None of this is normal. And again, it's a preview. We keep saying it, of everything to come. And so we have got to sort of redouble our efforts at the state levels. We have upwards of 10 seats looking at 2028. If we can win back state houses, now the whole playing field is about legislative races. And we can get up to about 2022 to compete. But right now, there's an asymmetry. They've got about a 2-to-1 advantage potentially going into 2028.
And that's why 2028 is really the one that matters most. Again, Laksha Jain, who's a polling expert, we interviewed him recently on the show. You should check out that video. He's pretty confident that even with the best that Republicans can do under the circumstances, that that's not going to save them from losing the House in 2026. And that seems to be the consensus of most experts. Again, I suppose it's not written in stone, but I'm reasonably confident to the extent that I can.
I'm not reasonably confident about any of this. I'm reasonably confident that they are going to do whatever they need to do, whatever they choose to do to steal this 2026 election. Because God knows that 45-47 knows, he has said that they will impeach me. I will be in jail. These are things that he has said out of his own mouth. So let's be real clear. You have been warned, and some you have listened to ignorance. Some of you want this to happen because you are overt racists yourselves. We are real clear on that. I am not talking to you. I am talking to you who are easily swayed by people who you think are influencer, who have influenced you to be stupid enough to not vote in the last election, or to be stupid enough to vote against your own interests in the last election. These are the people I am addressing. I'm not addressing a racist. I don't give a fuck about racists. You people who sit up and vote against your own interests, you should be concerned about what you're voting for. So that's all I have for you guys today. I gotta get out of here and walk the dog. I thank you guys for being here.
Please hit the like button, share if you want to become a member or subscribe to the channel. I appreciate all of my new subscribers. I hope you guys have a fabulous day. And I got to get out of here. My dog is looking at me like I'm crazy. All right, guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.